Begin the mission. This is your moment. Proceed with unwavering resolve.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paddling Pool. It's Paddling Pool 314. I'm Sig Dakari. Joining me on the mic today is Zari for our first block. We've got Last Chance versus Miara. Zari, how you doing today?
I am doing well. I am looking forward to this. We've got some very kind of standard maps going into this first set of the tournament. Last Chance versus Miaura. I'm so gonna like butcher that at some point. I'm gonna say it too fast and it's gonna just all amalgamate together. But that all said, we're getting into the first game of the set right about now. And you were just mentioning that this is a French pickup versus a German team, I do believe.
Yeah, I was just taking a look. We see a Swiffer from an MS. Yes, MS. Last Chance is a pickup primarily comprised of like French players. We see a few Team 7 players there with Phils and Pika. And then Miaura is a German team that I unfortunately don't know much about, but we're going to learn pretty quick, as already getting off to a pretty rough start. One player down. Firecat's trying to make it 2 players, but ends there to get the refrag and just force Pika off this space. Zone is capped, though, by Miaura. They have initial advantage, and the cooler is up for Kaiko to maybe get a little bit more aggressive here, but with 3 players of Last Chance already like moving to intercept, not going to be able to get much happening there.
Yeah, I will say that even though we're seeing a lot less of Snipe Rider, it still can be incredibly powerful for getting like those kind of, or like just putting pressure on from a distance. Which we did see a little bit of that at the start there, where it really does win out against that Swiffer in most scenarios. But already flipped right back, Miaura got it again, working on those nothing penalty points, and continuing to push through, and they're probably going to get lead, but it's not very much of a lead right now. Yeah, there we go.
Not yet, especially with the zone just immediately getting neutralized and flipped right back. Nobody's been able to quite establish a hold here. Last Chance looked to do that with that big bubbler, forcing Ben to jump out to that bot right. However, it looks like Pika's already there to try and contest along with Firecat on that 96 Gal, able to put a little bit of ship damage down, but ends up getting picked off. That's 2 picks for the price of none on the side of Miaura. They do lose the lead, but they have so much manpower to work with now. MS is in a bit of a rough spot between the Zuka and the big bubbler. But nobody's able to really cap the zone on the side of Miaura until just now, where Ben and Foles end up trading, and we're kind of back to more of the same here with just some quick zone holds.
Yeah, indeed. Both these teams know they need to hold it for longer, but it doesn't seem to be happening just yet, as it immediately flips over to the side of Last Chance there. And it's like they don't really get that strong of a hold. They don't get the picks they need altogether. Even when they get like 2, it doesn't tend to like get to a lockout situation, which is really what each of these teams are looking for. Like Miaura here definitely has more of an opportunity to do that, but they need to get a bit more of a stronger hold, which is not happening.
Yeah, not really at all. It's immediately come through with a big bubbler and Shizuka and get the recap. One thing that has been really working well, that has allowed Last Chance to kind of prevent these longer holds, is popping the Tacticooler a little bit later on the side of Foles. It's allowed them to have a bit more pace on their hold and get back to retake relatively quick. And it's worked out so well for them, and also gets picked up on the Zipcaster. You always want to have some picks going your way. Ben's the only one really in the zone, but with that big bubbler is going to be able to cap and just looking for that pick onto the Zap, hunting, not quite able to close out. But despite the zone being in favor of Miaura here, Last Chance seemed to have a very solid positional advantage, still having that freezer area on the side of Miaura's spawn, and that's going to let them just kind of direct contest the zone for a little bit longer. But now they're kind of been flushed out, except for N. Or no, that is Miaura. Now N's on the back line, and it's just enabling this retake immediately back for Miaura.
Yeah, and what's very helpful for...
Oh.
Okay, I was gonna say what's very helpful is that they did not have very many penalty points to get through, but it doesn't matter whenever 3 players immediately go down on the zone, flipping it. Alright, so we're coming into this last minute here, and Last Chance are getting the solid lead they were looking for. They're continuing to work through to those into the 20s, but are they going to be able to hold this zone? It actually able to. I was kind of surprised in that. It looked like it was going to flip.
They have a little bit of space. They have picks to go along with it. That's 2 players down the side of Last Chance, or on the side of Miaura. Make that a third as Firecat has suddenly come alive in this last minute. But the big bubbler gets popped in the zone. You're going to have to break that. The Zuka is going to do a pretty solid job, but here comes the answer for Miaura here, actually finding the pick onto the Swiffer. And now we've got a bit of an issue for Last Chance here. They only have a couple of players able to direct contest this zone. However, Kaiko is the last one left. This Zip is going to be camped by Pika as well. And with this whale chip actually finding the pick, and his clutch jumps off for style points too. And we're going to head into overtime with Miaura having a serious shot. But Last Chance, they do have a lot of space to work with. Not much time, but they get the zone neutralization. MS is there just trying to paint as much as possible. The big bubbler's up, but nobody is there to answer until the rest of the team swings through, cleans up, gets those refrags, and just... it barely in time catches that zone.
Yep, yes, indeed. It was definitely coming down to it there. And maybe had Miaura had a bit more time to kind of settle in and kind of lock that zone down at the end there, they might have been able to hold it off. But both that bubble and just pretty much Last Chance being able to kind of collapse onto the zone right at the end there meant that they were able to paint it just when they needed it.
Mm-hmm. They had that bubble looked very, very dicey for a second. I thought it was immediately going to get shredded, especially with 3 players there from Last Chance, or with 3 players there from Miaura, but eventually Last Chance were just able to overwhelm afterwards, just with that cover. Did a great job at cutting up the map, especially, and preventing the Snipe Rider from kind of, getting an angle onto really anybody, and even contesting zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're really, like, both of those teams, we did see that it was very back and forth in a way that not many matches are. You see a lot of matches where people get big pushes, followed by another team that kind of inches their way towards that big push over time, and it goes back and forth in that regard. But in this one, they were really trading lead, and the trading back and forth was pretty consistent throughout, I'd say, the first 2/3 of that game. So it really shows that both teams are kind of quite evenly matched. Last Chance was just able to eke out a bit more of a lead and hold it when it mattered the most. But I'd wonder how that will translate to Clamblitz Museum for these.
This is another one of those modes where accumulated points matter a lot. You don't need these one massive push to end or win a game, like on Tower Control for a Game 3, for example. Where you can kind of just slowly chip away, kind of similar to zones, but less penalty that you have to worry about. I think it'll work pretty well for Last Chance. Miaura might have a little bit of difficulty, but I think they'll be able to figure it out. Definitely with the range advantage that they have. They have a Snipe Rider first off, which is just absolutely massive on this map. Unless Last Chance wants to switch things up, they're going to go into this struggling generally in neutral till they get a special.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing to note. It does depend on if they are kind of sticking with that, which they very much might be.
They are? Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Squeezer. Oh, a Squeezer. Interesting. And they have that crab there to kind of give them a little bit more range power alongside the Snipe Rider when they need it, like suppression. But already, straight off the bat, 2 down, both sides, which does kind of mean they have to figure out what... Yeah, Last Chance are, even though they also are 2 down, are pushing up way harder.
They do have to a little bit, and it's working out great. Pika's already running the power claim in the first 30 seconds, finding a pick to go along with it. The Trizuka's there to trade out Ben, and now Last Chance, they had what looked like a small push at the beginning, but it's already down to about 71 points. You have clams, you have pods respawning, for Foles there, and everybody is just contributing greatly. They're using a lot of this mobility that they have from a triple shooter comp to kind of just run around, use their paint, use the mobility to cycle these clam pods, and they're already down to 59 points left in the first minute. That is a fantastic first push.
Oh, yes. Incredibly strong. We can see that they're kind of trying to find Pika there. He's just in the corner. Almost able to get out. That feels like that shouldn't have almost happened. But yeah, it's still, they're fighting for neutral here, but it's definitely going way more in Last Chance's favor at the moment. But as I say that, 2 players go down, from Miaura. So that really continues to snowball.
Last Chance have been doing a great job at kind of abusing the fighting power of their team, and it's worked out again, already breaking through the penalty, knocking down 9 more points off, and Pika's coming with more clams. However, the Trizuka from Kaiko does end up picking them off and is rushing down Foles here, but Foles just able to dash around dancing and staying alive for quite a while until Ben cleans up. Kaiko's the last one left, just trying to take the 1v1 with the gal. You set your wall up, man, and then both of them just kind of stay there.
Yeah, they're just like, okay, I'm not sure if this is really the fight I want to do at this moment, right now. But the 52 trying to keep that pressure up, living in this corner. They are very much surrounded, but still continuing the fight. And there we go.
Yeah, and even winning it there. Firecat still holding strong, just dancing. Has the power clam ready. Gonna make this jump until N is there to shut down. Foles, though, finds one, chips the second. The rest of the team is there to clean, but the crab tank gets popped for N to maybe get out alive. Just barely with the power clam, too. Ben's also there for the refrag, and Pika is not long for this world. Gonna have to super jump out with that Trizuka, trying to extend this kill streak, but not quite anything just yet. The rest of the team, though, is able to just, again, run around, take a lot of great fights with their weapons, and kind of catch Miaura off guard here.
Yeah, exactly. They are making very good use of that block to sneak up towards the basket, and to just mean that Miaura cannot stay around that spinner without fear of Last Chance just kind of sneaking up behind them. That is what has seemed to happen multiple times. But here comes a power clam, and they do finally open that basket again, already through penalty points. But I don't think they're going to get much else in the basket. They're much too worried about staying alive at the moment.
Yeah, and that looks like it's just going to be Firecat left on plat, getting jumps back, which is always solid. And then now all the specials are coming through for the rest of the team, just trying to find some picks. Firecat does end up getting picked off here and is moving to take that space, but now with 2 players down, this is Miaura's kind of best opportunity here to get back into mid that they've had in a minute. Foles here does have the tactical though, able to provide a little bit of mobility and stability for Last Chance, but it's not really working. They're kind of staggering. Again, 2 players down for like the 3rd time. Foles is not long sticking around either, and actually 2 players immediately get traded out on the side of Miaura. And Last Chance have pulled off a miracle defense. They're 60 points up, but this could have been incredibly high scoring. Miaura had a ton of clams. And a very good position to make those clams count, but it just kind of fell apart from them there. And now, with the fight just being in mid, in this kind of neutral phase right now, they are just kind of stalling out Miaura as much as possible, because we've only got 15 seconds left. And Last Chance is now... Oh my god, so pushed up. Oh dear, yeah, I don't know. There's just no time for anything else at the moment. No power clam either, and Last Chance is going to take that 2-0. Very solid, dominant game 2 over Miaura. Clutched up game 1, but man, that was really just the Last Chance show throughout all of Clam Blitz there.
It was indeed. They made so much happen throughout the game. Will that be that incredible defense when they were very much on the back foot, but also the amount of pushes they got, and really the amount of time they spent near and around Miaura's base meant that Miaura couldn't even mount a push of their own, really.
Yeah, it was not really pretty for Meowra. They kept on getting rushed down. They kept on getting pressured. And that's what Last Chance did so well. Like they really did not give any space for these longer range weapons of Meowra to kind of take over. Even off the start, I think they had like 2 players drop and immediately start fighting. You know, when you're in those shorter range comps, that is like the ideal opening to do on Museum because you just instantly close that gap. You're still at a bit of a positional like height disadvantage, but that's a sacrifice you're willing to take if it means you can actually like try and fight someone.
Oh, absolutely. The whole point is to make the opponents positioning and or their closeness to their teammates, just make it be uncomfortable for them. The easiest way to do that for longer ranges is to just get close, because then their advantages start dwindling, and you're just kind of fighting for your life then. So yeah, well done to Last Chance there. That second game was a lot more dominant than the first. Thank you, Jerian. But that first game did show what Meowra was capable of, and there were a lot of moments in that where they could have taken it. So it does show that they definitely have it in them to take games, but they're going to be going down to the losers bracket now.
Yeah, they're going to drop down to the lower.
I was wondering when you'd notice.
I didn't. I will say, I was trying to get the next matchup on my browser. And then I looked back immediately to see.
Yep.
Yeah. That's fantastic gift.
Of all time.
It is. It's absolutely lovely. But Last Chance do have a chance to play against Frutella now. After this quick break, we're playing. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Last Chance 07s. But after this break, we're gonna be watching Splatoon 3 versus Hoo Hoo Hoo.
What an incredible freaking team matchup this is gonna be. We'll see you shortly. All right, welcome back, folks. We are back from our incredibly short break. Team names of all time, folks. Yeah, Splatoon 3 versus Hoo Hoo Hoo. This is going to be something.
Oh, I just looked at the maps too. What is that game, guys?
Yeah, someone chose that, and we will keep
This
an
is
eye on
gross.
who.
Who approved this? Why do we're playing Clam Blitz Brine Water in the Big 2-5. What is happening?
Yep. Someone made a decision.
I'm not really sure. I'm not a fan of that one. But we're gonna be starting things on a much better map, hopefully.
To be fair, even from like the get-go, that it's the right opinion to be like, what the frick? So,
What are we doing here, guys?
yeah, well, we're gonna find out. First of all, Hagglefish, Tar Control. Let's see what these teams have got. Important to note that we were just discussing this. The Splatoon 3 team, which is they're both Splatoon 3 teams, but whatever. Splatoon 3. How do we commentate this whenever it's just the video game we're playing?
I don't know.
The Splatoon 3 team that decided to call themselves Splatoon 3 are normally a team we see that name themselves like song titles. So it's very weird to then see them be Splatoon 3. But they are starting out strong. Alright? They are doing very well at cleaning up after that first fight. I'm really not giving Hoo any grind to get near that tower.
Yep, they've already gotten to this first checkpoint. Popping the Booyah Bomb, just forcing people out. Oh no!
Oh no.
The V-Pro just has to drop into the water, take a quick bath just to stay away from that Booyah Bomb. And that's going to allow S3 to take this checkpoint very quickly with 3 members on that tower. And even push for a little bit more, as I believe that was Jasmine on the S-Blast, able to just stay alive for a little bit longer. This Kraken from Ant providing some jumps for the rest of the team. And now the Blaster on the side of Hoo can't really move, just the decab, the Kraken on top of them. Splatoon 3 is stabilized, and they're looking to start this push again here, Zari.
Freaking Splatoon 3. But yes, they want to have another go at that push. But it does look like they're going to have to get rid of the Blaster first. Also, important to note, this is the first time I've seen a V-Pro anywhere in competitive in a long time. What the frick was that? Oh my god.
Just keying things. Able to get that double melee, looking for another one. Decap has some range, but maybe not that much. As the V-Pro does end up cleaning up, protecting the jump. Full Metal, I believe it's Enamel. Enamel ends up going down here, traded by Ants. 3 players down on the side of S3. They're able to get that last jump. No, because of the splashdown. And they have another push going here. It has basically been all them all game.
Yep, pretty much. As you can see from the 92 on the side of her. Like, that is not... that's not any kind of push, really. But they are struggling with how much S3 is able to kind of just keep doing. Like the amount of space each of the players can make to let the tower continue on its path is just incredible. And really keep putting her on the back foot. They need to find a way to kind of the Tetris are doing something. They're doing some work. But they just need a bit more space, a couple more picks, and maybe they can kind of get this going. But the Kraken is waiting.
Yeah, that Kraken, it's so strong on tower control, able to like directly contest everything. It also can provide a recall point just for those jumps, keeps that pace going great. We see it work pretty well with Leader, especially on those, no pencil or headed comps. As Ant just takes full advantage of 96's wall, finds an off angle with that pick, trades out though, as Jasmine ends up dropping. And now they have more space than what they did for like the rest of the game. But again, they're gonna need more picks to work with. They don't really have anything. This wall, this 96 is doing so much in terms of stability along with the pencil. And then the rest of the front line, Keen and Jasmine, are just able to find picks, find damage wherever they need, and just force everybody from out. And before we know it, Splatoon 3 is in the spawn of
Yep. And continuing to stay there for a decent chunk. Was that? Hold on. The Snipe Rider died there. I thought that was a frontline weapon up there. Excuse me? Oh my god. It's like, oh yeah, there's another of the front lines dead, and I looked, and it wasn't.
Splatoon 3 is a magical game.
Truly it is. But that's a wipeout, and that's not the magic that we're looking for. Oh dear. Last
Oh.
30 seconds as well. This is truly not what they need.
No, they haven't even been able to touch tower in the past like minute and a half. And the Blaster's just trying to stuck on the sponge. It just exacerbates their problems here. Now they have a little bit of control of the tower, but they need to touch it. And with so many players just constantly dropping, no one's able to get to it on time. Ant is just blending everyone, dicing them up in this 96. And Splatoon 3 just dumpster map 1.
Yep. Absolutely no contest there. That was not what who we're looking for coming into that set or this match. Even like it does kind of set them up on the back foot going into the second map that we're going to be seeing. But I wonder who picked it.
I wonder. Could it be the nothing longer range than a Stamper Cup, or could it be the 96 pencil? I wonder.
What would make the most
Both
sense?
of them did.
Why? What? Okay.
Oh.
Well, at least they both
Okay.
were like, we want to do this. At least,
Yeah.
it's
At
like
least
there
nobody was like,
consent on
nobody
both
doesn't
sides.
want to. Yeah.
Oh,
Nobody
this.
doesn't want to play this. Except for us, I guess.
Yeah, but I suppose we just spectators, so at least we don't have to play it.
Yeah. We're not.
but-
We're casters. We don't have to put our hands on the controllers. So.
Yes, we just have to see what happens. Tell you as it
It's a
does.
Sans joke.
Oh my god.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. I wonder how Jorian came across that information. Probably
I'm curious as
in
well.
the
I'm gonna ask after this break.
yeah. My guess would be that it was discussed in the team discussion on Sunday.
Must
But
have been.
yeah, maybe they were like, no, they're not saying it right.
Well, I can't do a good Sans impression.
No,
Sorry
you
about
can.
that.
Sorry,
But
guys.
we see a pretty solid comp switch up, substantial one. We have a pencil and brush now, but the brush is already immediately going to go down. The pencil's getting pressured as well by 3 players. But the Blaster has a little bit of a sneaky little spot here before getting painted out by both the 96 and the pencil. So going to get immediately flushed out along with the rest of the team that tries to join them. But the other 2 players are able to find something. Ant, though, just able to dance around, use that 96, use that shooter to get some chip onto Veronica, but not able to get much more after that.
Ooh, yeah, it does seem like have a little bit more of a standing here. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Anthony. And it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take you guys down. There's nothing you can do about it. And there's kind of like the cleanup that just seemed to happen immediately. But still kind of delays out this push a little bit. Splatoon have enough clams to make this work, but as I say that, the other person with the clams dies. So maybe not. Oh, okay. Was not expecting someone to get that before they could jump
Oh,
out.
they're alive.
Oh, who else died then? Someone else did. Not important. But we're back to kind of neutral as these teams try and work their way towards the basket in a way that will actually get some clams.
Nobody's
But-
quite broken the stalemate just yet. They're close, they're nearing it, but the Kraken comes through. Same thing with the pick onto the custom blast. That's going to force just about everybody out here for quite some time. Allow Splatoon 3 to... I'm sorry, I can't take these teams seriously. It's
No.
going to allow Orange to get back into mid just a little bit before going 2 players down themselves. Make that a third as the pencil drops. It's just the S-Blast left. And even though you have a Booyah Bomb, there's not much you can really do against 4 players unless they all decide to rush you down while you're Booyah Bombing, and that works out just fine. But now they've gotten points on the board, a lot more than in the previous game, and they've finally cracked the scoring drought.
Indeed, it does kind of set them up for a big push coming from S3 now. because there is like they did have to give up all of their paint coverage to do it. It's good that they got the 2 power clams in, I will say, because there's nothing worse than getting a push and then have it almost immediately be switched. But that is what's happening. So never mind. But there's still who are not in position to do much about it, and there is that power clam trying to come in, but does not make it in time.
Nobody from who is able to kind of move here. Splatoon 3 is down a player, but with the Booyah Bomb, with that big bubbler, they have so much staying power. Really have not moved from this spot since they got that first basket break over 30 seconds ago. The Reef Slider is a working special, doesn't find any picks. And even though 3 players are down, Ant again, just bringing up the rear with this 96, able to be a bit of a wall, a bit of a statue, a rock for this team when the pencil's down. And that's, you know, you still have so much space in mid if you're Splatoon 3. Really don't have any opportunity to kind of get moving.
Yeah, they just are still stuck at the moment. They cannot get out of like this spawn area. Even as they are able to push up in that time while we weren't able to see. They were able to get to the basket. Are they going to be able to actually put the power clams in? Oh,
they've got one.
The
Reef Slider comes through. There's the second one. There's the lead swap already down to 37 points. Make that 34. Trying to jump that pity into. Maybe you could just get that much closer to a KO, but you have no clams to work with. You have no jumps provided either. Maxwell, you're just going to need to back off here, man. And, you know, they have a lead. It still can be taken pretty quick. You just need like 2 power clams and some change. Not even some change, just 2 power clams straight up. And you'll have, I'm good at math, you'll have the lead back if you're Splatoon 3, and, you know, the economy is not looking great for them at the moment, but, you know, that can change in an instant with just a couple of clam pod respawns.
Yeah, what I would say is they do not look like they were going to need it. Oh, that might be switching, but I was going to say the power clam that they that Max would grab, but then doesn't, oh, here it is.
Oh, well,
oh, dear.
GG.
GG. Oh, dear. That's so unfortunate. What I was going to say is who had that extra power clam at the beginning of kind of as they were trying to get that in on the last push they made. But because of that, they kind of put it to the side and left it to despawn. And that meant they wouldn't have been able to kind of send someone in as like a sneak push. They didn't have the economy anymore for that, which might have been the way to play it as opposed to just being like, we'll be able to defend this, because that just was not true. But yeah, it seemed like who were gonna be able to hold that, but it just... As you were saying earlier, the freaking bubble really does give you so much space if you don't have a special or someone who's able to kind of like breach it immediately. Yeah,
while who do have a couple of options to instantly pop that big bubbler, you know, namely the Reef Slider and the Splashdown, those weapons don't really get them often. They don't paint enough. They're oftentimes spending as much time dead as they are painting and alive. So it can be a pretty tough ask just to shred, especially since you drop the heavy at it. You know, that's a lot of the object damage coming from but, you know, in general, they kind of got boxed out by a lot of the weapons and we're already back to math. All right. They got boxed out by a lot of the weapons that Splatoon 3 was able to bring.
Thank you, Gerard.
Thank you.
The stuff you're able to do while we're waffling is great. But yeah, it was an unfortunate kind of situation for who from the get-go, because I don't think we mentioned this, but Splatoon 3 are seeded 3rd, and they were kind of showing why. They definitely, like, from the get-go did not really have like the same kind of pushing power, or like the ability for even the stability we were seeing from the from S3. I'm gonna call them S3 because Splatoon 3 just makes it sound weird. But from S3, it was just like regardless of if who got a couple people down, it was never like it never kind of like separated the team in a way. Like there was still the players still were able to kind of hold down what they were working with until they were kind of sent back to spawn, all of them. So yeah, it was just so much more of a struggle for her at every turn.
It absolutely was, and that's gonna send Splatoon 3 to the winners quarterfinals. Our first round of best of fives are going to commence right after this quick break, and to lead into that, we've got a pretty solid set. We've got Free Puli versus Triquinuela just after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. That'll be a banger.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 314. We have our first best of 5 of the day here for y'all in winners quarters. It's Free Puli versus Chukinuela, and it's me, Sigdakari, with Zari for this next like hour or so. And Zari, what these are better maps, but so a couple of old friends we haven't seen in a minute, like TC Undertow, and then our game 4 as well. We'll talk about that one later. Why are there 2 Ys and 2 Luma Aces?
That's a good question. Is this a way to be like, oh my god, you can't call out our name? I don't know. That's okay. What the frick?
Man, what are we doing?
Well,
What?
Argo and Noah are in there somewhere, right?
Yep.
But making it a little bit more confusing. But also, that distracted me enough that I didn't notice the roller going on with Trickiniella. Also, I will say I will butcher that the whole time. Just don't expect me to have any kind of appropriate ability to pronounce things. I try, but badly. But yeah, why is there flings? It's so cute.
It's new. Yakaru's trying something new, I guess, but it's working out not quite how you'd expect. Already a check broken in the first minute, looking for that second on the side of Free Puli. And there's still a lot of space, but I think the push is as good as gone here for Free Puli. Trickinoella can finally try and get going until leader Luma Ace is able to find one. Traded out by the Duelie Sculptures, but Blaster Yeti is here for the splashdown. He's just trying to find the pick onto this squeezer, able to pop that splashdown. There's the pick, and we're back down to 4-on-3.
It's such a mood to just be like, oh, I can get them with my blaster, and then it goes on for long enough that you're like, oh, screw it, I've got to splashdown. It's such a that blaster kind of play. But regardless, there's a lot going on, and none of it's in Trickiniela's favor, as pretty much most of them end up going back to spawn. And the push kind of stalls a little, but mostly is just continuing.
Yeah, Trickinoella is just trying to find some specials right now, but everybody just keeps on dying before they can really take advantage, especially to this Blaster, who finds another pick in this bottom left. Yakaru is forced to jump out as well. The Kraken gets popped, just tries to make a little bit more space, and now with this splashdown, nobody's really safe here, except for, I guess, Yakaru, who just evades the last direct, but another Kraken comes through. There's 2 Krakens on the side of Free Puli, and Trickinoella is doing their best, but their best isn't quite enough to prevent Free Puli from getting this tower and keeping it going.
Yeah, it's important to note they don't really have like a player to do, or like kind of their comp does not really contain the kind of burst damage potential that the blaster gives them, right? They don't really have any kind of frontline drop in, get picks, back out situation. It's just, yeah. Oh, it's kind of a wash for them.
Yeah. This is pretty tough for Trickinoella. Free Puli just able to kind of ride the wave, and no matter what happened, they were able to just find the picks, create the space, especially the Blaster again. Just want to highlight incredible play around that little bottom left area around the grate. Very, very solid stuff. Made so much space for the team. And the Krakens just put in a lot of work. We saw it get an insane double on respawning players. Really accelerated the game for Free Puli here.
Yeah, and you don't often see 2 Krakens because you normally can't really give up the special potential for it.
Yeah.
But on tower control, it can, like, it's not something that you see often, but it can really kind of, like, if you're aggressive with them, it can really give a lot of space to the tower as it's able to kind of continue pushing. So very interesting on both of these teams. Not really the comps we've been seeing often, but all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna rock with it.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Now we
See
go
how this
over
goes.
to yeah.
Mahi.
We go to Rainmaker on Museum.
Oh, that was Museum, not Mahi. Yeah.
Rainmaker
Sorry,
Mahi
I
would be
I was
fun.
writing it down, and I was writing it down for like the third one, and then I was like, yes, M's. But yes, Museum, and not on Clan Blitz this time. So a little bit different. It's not. It is one of those maps where that first checkpoint is. It's. Like, there's not too much point to it, if you know what I mean. Like, there's some checkpoints where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna hop, skip, and jump from where I started, and now it's like there is no checkpoints at all. So, well, I suppose it depends on if you're able to get across the spinner. But I'll be intrigued to see if Trichinella is able to kind of hold off Free Puli long enough to get a push of their own going.
It's definitely the main question. They're all matching the 5-star splash thing as well, except for one of the Yetis, but we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
Well, I'm just mystified by Free Puli at this point. I don't know where to go here. But anyways, looking at Trichinelle's comp, we've sacrificed the roller.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Yakaru has switched back to the blaster that we know them for, but it still hasn't worked out. Free Puli have player advantage. They have the Rainmaker, and they have that first check as well. So
yeah, this is what I was talking about. It's it can be very basically over immediately. Oh my god, making your own trail, but not able to capitalize on it because the blaster is there to slow them down before they run away with it. They really need to get that. Well, I suppose they kind of don't need to immediately get it off the plat. It did seem like there was still a lot of Free Puli presence over there, but they were able to clean that up, and finally they've got the space to push up. And oh, there's a Yeti. Oh my god, which one is it?
It's the one that's flanking, and they already found a pick, looking for a little bit more. I think it's the Sea Blast. I think that Leader finds the third onto the Rainmaker, and that's a full wipeout for Free Puli. Trichinella can't really move, and now, you know, they're kind of locked down in their own spawn yet again. The Kraken comes through, looking for a first one, maybe a second to go along with it, but it's really just going to allow this Leader to kind of set up and take over this top right, and allows Free Puli to get the Rainmaker pushed down to 25 and maybe some more with that pop.
Indeed, they're certainly trying, but this E-Leader is way pushed back. Also has the 96 there to try and defend them, kind of keep giving them a bit more room for people to jump in. But the E-Leader's the last alive, and they're going to try to get them off of that. There is someone jumping in. They do get taken out, but oh my goodness, is that E-Leader still up there? No.
Not anymore.
We are 2 minutes in here. Look at these points. Oh my god.
We still have 3 minutes of this game to go, and if that doesn't tell you how much fun we're gonna have just running into the spawn of the other team, I don't know what will. We're already down to 15 points on the side of Free Puli, and it looks like they're going to set up for some more here. The Kraken's already coming through. However, the splashdown just makes a little bit of space. There's a flanking custom vanilla dually squelchers, but it's not quite able to find picks. Chipped away at by everything, and now picked off by the Rainmaker. Lumace is just still holding on to it. I don't even think they're going to be able to push for this possession. They've got 30 seconds left. They're finally getting a little bit of space, though. But Trichinella still has some very solid setup here, and especially from this dually squelcher just dashing around all of the chip damage and staying alive long enough to force this Rainmaker on the wall.
Yep, just continuing to kind of sit up there, being out of the way. They know it's up there, but there really isn't that much they can do about it until they try to get that push forward. I've just noticed the wrong name. freaking trying. Anyway, anyway, this continues to just kind of be Trick and Yell trying to find space for themselves again. Oh my god.
Yep. And they're doing their best, but their best hasn't been what they needed yet. Now they have a little bit of player advantage, but the heavy edit does end up going down here. The splashdown is already in the spawn, finds the direct, but the wall is there to kind of stabilize. Never mind! 2 players down on the side of Free Pulley. Triquiñuela, they have space, they have player advantage, but this blaster has been a thorn in the side of them for the past 2 games, and still will continue to be in this bottom left hit, really not allowing anybody to move forwards without dealing with them first. Finally is forced to jump out, but now the Dueling Sculptor has to deal with 2 annoying weapons to fight and ends up dropping to them. The Rainmaker can't even get the check, and we're only at 25 seconds left here, Zari.
Yeah, that was very interesting. The blaster able to get so much done there without actually having to get a kill. Able to, like, because if we remember what had just happened, they pretty much cleaned up mostly everyone else on Free Pulley, but there was just this blaster left. And they should have been able to push there. They should have been able to get the checkpoint, but they weren't because of that. So that's really, like, definitely made Triquiñuela have to, like, have this last push be all they have.
It's this kind of game, huh? Oh! Wait! No!
No, they almost got it! Oh my god! Oh, that would have been incredible. It was like 3 points! 3 points in it!
Oh my goodness. That would have been so funny. If for 3 minutes straight, they were just running their head into a wall, just trying to get just into mid even. And then in overtime, just barely off the back of a missed leader shot and a splashdown and somebody flanking to pick off the leader.
Everything was going correctly, but it just not enough.
Not nearly enough. And that extra dash for the 10 points or whatever, you know, right before this beautiful leader found 3.
Yeah, that's what won them the game. Like, there was some incredible stall tactics coming out from Free Pulley here. We saw this in this moment. We saw it in the E-leader up on that top right area that people don't tend to go. We saw that with the blaster just the whole way through that game. So much in the sense of delay to just make their everything count as much as possible. But sadly, the 3 points, they just needed 3 more. It does mean that Free Pulley is now at match point going into game 3 of the set.
And it is a very, very difficult game for Triquiñuela. They have to move into an E-leader on Mahi Mahi Resort splat zones. I'm not envious of their position, to put it lightly.
No,
you know, this is probably one of the hardest game 3s that you could have had. Coincidentally, the hardest game 3 is probably in our game 4.
Yeah, what I would say is Triquiñuela is the team that picked this. They wanted to play this. So now they might not want to play it against the E-leader. But that is what they had chosen this. So at least this is part of, like, their game plan.
They've resigned themselves to this fate, unfortunately. There's the flings again, though. We're seeing a swap. Yep. Is that a vanilla? Okay. All right. Vanilla 96.
Yeah.
The Vax Strong.
Not what I... Oh.
All right. I guess we'll never know. That's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, we are waiting to find out if our streamer was just kicked or if the entire lobby Anyway, we can look at this a little bit more. So, yeah, I was not expecting that. That 96 seems very much a bizarre choice.
Yeah.
Also, the return, like, I know you can do a lot of painting with those weapons coming out from Trickiniela, but, like, I just don't think you need all of them to do that. You know? Like, one thing I would say is missiles can be helpful to move backlines, right? They're helpful to just put paint on people, add some pressure, but they are good for saying you can't sit there right now. Now, beyond that, I'm not really sure what their plan is for it. Like, you can get work done with it, but just looking at the setup here, I don't know if it's gonna work well against the weapons it's gonna go up against.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's a bit of a tough matchup. It definitely can work well. It has that solid ship damage, but again, you get on top of Blaster, it can just kind of back up, burst bomb you and its feet, jump. Granted,
Yeah.
It's just a solid, low-key, Flint's is pretty fun, and it's pretty solid, but I don't, it's just, it doesn't do enough. It kind of just outputs missiles is the main thing, and
Yeah.
that's about all it does.
That's kind of its that's its strength really in this. So that's I don't know. It doesn't feel like it might just be that this is what the player is most comfortable with, and that's always a good thing to fall back on, even if the comp doesn't make as much sense. As long as you've got the paint potential for it, and you've still got whatever amount of range like you as a team are able to bring to the table, I'd say when you get backed against the wall, you choose the weapons that you're most comfortable with and you just play. So understandable if it's that situation, but it just wouldn't it wouldn't be the pick in my opinion.
I don't see the vision either.
Yeah, we don't understand.
maybe it's like a top level player versus us mentality, where it's like they see something we don't, which could, it happens. It definitely happens a lot, between varying levels of play. But I'm not really sure. I'm curious to see if it'll work. I'm excited to see. If it works, it's hype.
Yeah,
But,
100%. I'm always down to be completely wrong, especially in situations like this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's just like I wanna be proven wrong, but also I'm like, ooh, that's an uphill battle with that weapon in this scenario. But yeah. I just
it's one of the
want
weapons.
It is a weapon. You can choose it. There ain't no laws against that. It's the same way that you can technically choose a Clash Blaster.
There are some
your
laws that there
prerogative.
should be. There are some weapons that there should be laws against. I feel hot take.
Some of them are war
I'm a
crimes.
hater of some of these weapons, man. But
It'd be like, what is your list of the weapons that
top
shouldn't
5
exist?
weapons I don't want to see, that I want to remove from the game. Ugh.
Oh
Tough
my
one.
god.
Nova?
Yeah.
Can we just as a community ban Nova? Is that
Just
can we do that?
and be having any of that. Yeah, it is funny to me how it is just, do you want inkjets? All right, this is the inkjet as a weapon. Don't worry about the rest of it. It just paints.
Yeah, you don't really play the main weapon as Nova with the inkjet. At least you play Jet. You can run full charge up, maybe some power up, just to get those bigger blasts and everything. But we're back. We're ready for action, and we're raring to go with these comps.
We are indeed. Now let's see how this ends up going. Alright, that's 2 down for Trickiniela. That is not ideal as a starting point. They are backed way out immediately. And already the points are below 70, or below 80 even, and working their way to below 70, which is not ideal. I'm not sure that Trickiniela are going to make their way in before it switches. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
and they
the
get more
water
space.
does drop. And the Squelchies can't even get on top of the leader. That's a really tough one. You rely on getting those picks as this comp on the side of Chicken Uela because you don't have a consistent in other than like the Tenna missiles and maybe a Zuka double or something, or just taking advantage of the chip. And now you're just going into this blender of the Zap and the S Blast. You have so much paint, a lot of damage, and the Zuka can't even find anything. As Free Pooley, they're about to cap off one of the just most devastating beatdowns we have seen here on Paddling Pool. 3-0 to them. They're going to the winner's semis. And
Yeah.
dang, that is
Oh.
fast.
Also important to note, we were like, ooh, that 96, that's what you're picking. But I suppose the point is with it, like the Kraken doesn't get as much value on this because you have to like jump your way up to the top bit. But also you can't just deny them to paint the zone whenever you know that you're going to have that kind of presence on it. Like if you know that you're going to just be defending it, that's exactly what that special can do. It's just not helpful during all times you're on the zone. So, but yeah, very strong showing from Free Pooley. They are very well situated going into the semis now. They are going to be against Fruitella, which is going to be certainly a more difficult one.
Good luck, soldier. We salute you. You're gonna have to play the top seed now, and oftentimes that top seed will come out on top. But honestly, Free Pooley have a very, very solid team, and we've seen them kind of dumpster a couple of the one or two of these regulars that come in through Paddling Pool. I think that could be a pretty solid set, but that's not going to be the one we're going to cast. We're going back to the opposite side of the bracket after the break. We're seeing Splatoon 3 again, playing the winner of Casablanca and Fave X K-Corp.
Yes, indeed. And they're currently 1-all, I do believe. So that is going to be interesting. It's not going to be a roll the way that we've been seeing in some of these other sets. So intrigued to see how that goes, but we're going to go to a quick break as we wait for that to finish. So see you guys shortly, and we'll be right into the semis.
Spoke too soon, apparently. We're not flipping the zone. Come on, guys, we're not flipping the zone. Formation a bit more control. Hydra just bowling and hello.
We're just gonna give more players power clams. That's exactly what's happening. So they got them all in. Oh my goodness.
Do you want to get started in competitive Splatoon, but don't know how to? The Stronghold offers a free Beginners Academy service for new players wanting to play Splatoon competitively. We want to make it as easy as possible for new players to join competitive. We'll create teams out of applicants and train you through a season providing scrims, practices, and coaching. At the end of the season, teams that graduate will play in their first community tournament. Graduating teams will be given a free logo and invited to play in the invite-only Academy Showcase event, where they get to play on stream and show off the skills they've learned in the Academy. So what are you waiting for? Apply for the Academy today using the link on screen.
we've had plenty of great Splatoon locals that took place in 2024, spanning all across the United States. Champions have been crowned from coast to coast, the Great Lakes, and the South. These winners, however, never had an opportunity to face each other. What if in 2025, we took this to the next level? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament. The best part is, you have an opportunity to play. In the early months of 2025, 8 locals will act as qualifiers for the LAN Championship Showdown, including Big Dapple in New York City, New York.
The game!
Bouillabaisse in San Jose, California. Chai Shoals in Chicago, Illinois.
Pretty hard though. Yeah, it's like that.
Gatorland in Gainesville, Florida.
It's just, oh, it's a wipeout, and that might be 8 points.
H-Town Splashdown in Houston, Texas. New England in Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, they fell off the. Oh my God!
Sea Battle in Seattle, Washington.
It's a wipeout.
Sunset Surge in Arizona. Win at one of these locals, you get an automatic bid to participate in the LAN Championship Showdown in April 2025, streamed on Splatoon Tourney. Be on the lookout for advertisements from the local closest to you regarding their qualifier. Who will come out on top? Introducing the Splatoon LAN Championship Showdown, a tournament where the winners of our favorite locals can face off in an online 8-team double elimination tournament.
And the Tri-Strike King too! With Kronos coming in and following up with the third, that is the wipeout going with 10 seconds left to go!
All right, folks, welcome back. We are getting into our semis now, and we're seeing Splatoon 3 again. Oh my god!
No way! More Splatoon 3?
How in my Splatoon 3 tournament? Oh my goodness. Versus versus Casablanca MA. So this is definitely going to be a set. I think last week I saw Casablanca was up here as well. I think they got to the finals. So yeah, this is going to be quite the set. We haven't seen how Casablanca's playing, but they're probably like on their shit. So
They're pretty good.
yeah. But yeah, starting on Robo Ramen Rainmaker, which we've had like one Rainmaker game. Yeah, we haven't seen Robo, but we've had one Rainmaker game so far. But yeah, so that's gonna be interesting. Quite the place to start today. Yeah. Any thoughts on any of this?
Rainmaker Ramen's underrated.
Okay.
But then I see our game 4 and I'm like, man, we're really doing this again, huh? But we're gonna kick things off with a pretty fun dive comp versus a pretty fun dive comp.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Kraken
less dive on
today.
Splatoon 3 though.
Yes. S3 certainly have that stability we remember them for. So, but Casablanca able to get the pop first. No picks straight off the board. Oh, but the Wiper does end up going down. I just forget
Wiper
that.
close
Great's
to getting
there.
melee. Yeah. Close to getting that melee, not quite. You know, solid, but no cigar. And Splatoon 3 are taking that to the bank. They've already got that first checkpoint. Gonna go a player down here. There's your pen, but Cooler up, and Keen is already at the Rainmaker checkpoint. Gets picked off by some suction bombs, and Jasmine's down, and it's just Ant and Enamel left. But these two have really held down the fort throughout the entire tourney for S3, and we're going to see them continue to do the same, even if this Wiper does their best to try and aggravate everybody, force them back. Just going to be punished consistently, and it's already a bit of a tough fight for Casablanca. We're only a minute into this, but they have not made that much progress, not that many picks. They finally get one onto Kian, but Ant comes in again with this crack and finds the pick onto the pen. I believe it's Seb, and then now we're already going for more points.
Yep, they're already trying to kind of paint a path forward. They're able to get the whole way to 17, which is not a bad push. Definitely not. And especially when we're only about a minute and a half into the game, that is a very solid push to get. Oh my god. Surprise.
I am surely safe. I am so far from the rest of the fight in my crab tank. The hammer behind me. Oh my.
Wait. No.
And now, and even though we got a big trade for Casablanca here, it is still Splatoon 3's game. They find a pick onto Aka with that Kraken, and now it's just Auraboy left against 3 players. And S3, they're still taking all of this. Keen pops the crab in the face of the hammer. The hammer is almost gone. Scratch that, it's fully gone. And even though these jumps in are a little bit dicey, Seb has to back so far up that S3 just have all the space in the world to hold this Rainmaker where they want for as long as they want.
Yep, yes, indeed. And they don't even have it at the moment. That's the other thing. They don't have the Rainmaker. They're not making progress, but they just kind of stalled it out a little bit more. And they're just gonna keep. I suppose that Rainmaker down there is just not a vibe. So even if you're just able to kind of keep Casablanca from being in the comfortable position to actually pick that thing up, then they're not gonna be able to do much about it.
No, and it looks like, I mean, the Wiper's trying their best. Getting 2 picks is pretty darn good, but the Kraken's right there. Gives some jumps back in, able to set back up with that splash wall. Aka's just looking to try and pressure, force that 96 out. Does so successfully. We might see a push here from Casablanca. They have the Rainmaker. They have points on the board, and Seb is just trying to run this in, but the rest of S3 is just up in time, able to pressure before we can get really close to that checkpoint. The Booyah Bomb does a decent job at pushing Kian out of position, forcing a man advantage. But again, another player down, traded out constantly from Casablanca. And Splatoon 3 just get a full wipeout. They are... Wow. I don't even know where to begin with this team, man.
Yeah, they just cannot have any point where even when they get the advantage, they can't be comfortable with it. They can't actually like properly capitalize on it before Splatoon 3 are just coming around and cleaning up and stopping whatever they're trying to get running. And we can see that just continue. We're in the last minute here, and Splatoon 3 just pushing and keeping it going. They have not increased their points, but they are probably about to.
Yep, with that pop, Kian's gonna rush it for an extra 2. And this is pretty tough. You only have 40 seconds left to get picks, and that's really not how you want to start things going. Jasmine finding a huge pick onto Akka. The hammer's coming through, but can it find anything? It hasn't quite found anything crazy just yet. Going to be able to find Jasmine. Auraboy's kind of on their own, though, in this bottom left, just waiting, just sharking around, waiting for a perfect time like now to try and pressure Enamel, force them off of that check. Maybe just give some space for Casablanca to really quickly pop it with this Booyah Bomb as well. It looks like they're just going to try and find some picks instead. Not quite going to find Kian. And that basically spells the end with the Rainmaker picked up, but immediately gets picked off. All the specials are immediately popping. Nobody can grab in time.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. They were able to pop it, but just there was no more time on the board for them to grab that. That is very unfortunate for Casablanca. It really did seem like at every turn, S3 was able to kind of just say no, like regardless of what happened, regardless of if it did actually start going their way, it just never stayed that way for any amount of time, really. And whenever S3 was actually able to get a push, they got incredible pushes. They were able to get to that 17 mark twice and then also continue the push towards 15. They even had a moment where they just didn't even pick up the Rainmaker. They were like, we can stall this out some more, and they did.
They burned like 2 minutes just keeping it where Casablanca just dropped it. And I mean, that's kind of the optimal thing to do for Rainmaker. You have a push of 17, kind of hard to get it on this map without, a couple of opportune wipes. And, you kind of just need to hold for 5 minutes. You don't want to risk giving a wide open, 40-point breakaway if you're Splatoon 3. And, that's just kind of how the game boils down. Better to play safe than to, KO or, KO and risk losing, you feel?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. You can just kind of stall it out as well. If you can play it carefully, you can stall out incredibly well. Because the worst thing you want to do is if you're stalling and then you get wiped, right? You don't want to overextend in a way that's going to make it dangerous. But yeah, still seeing some similar things coming out from these two teams. We've got Wiper v Decav now, which should be interesting. And yeah, they're just kind of continuing the... Did you see that moment? The blasters just threw a Booyah Bomb at each other.
Yeah.
I can't reach you, but I can send this at you.
I can make you move for 5 seconds, but all that movement is going to allow Splatoon 3 to get 4 picks here. The Kraken is popped, finds another one. Akka's really the only one left that can directly contest zone, and they're going to go down. And Splatoon 3 already are down to 70 points on a map that it can be pretty tough to score on if you don't get a really solid hold like Splatoon 3 have right now. Akka's going to try and pop this crab tank, deal with Ant. But with the wall and with the shooter mobility that, a Gal provides, you're kind of able to just get out of that one scot-free.
Yeah, it is very interesting in this kind of underneath the sniper, the kind of bits that come over the top. You can actually have a pretty good hold with a weapon with a wall because they can't really throw anything over it. But yeah, it's switch round. Casablanca able to get something going, but already 2 down immediately means that they're not going to be able to hold that. Certainly not. And Maun trying to stay alive, able to get out, but has to make that choice, and it still doesn't pay off. As there's a Kraken.
Yep, again, we're back to what we were at about a minute ago. Splatoon 3 have a solid hold. They do end up getting picked off just a little slowly, but Casablanca still have to make up a lot of ground here. They need to find more picks, and Keen is going to be that pick. However, Ant is there, finds the hammer, looks for Oraboy as well. The zone is contested, but not for very long, as the rest of the team is just there to constantly keep pain over it. And finally, we have some action from Casablanca. They have a couple of picks. Jasmine, though, able to find Seb just behind that zone. Excellent Shark, great patience, and now Casablanca are basically back where they started.
Yep, it's way back here again, and not that much of a surprise. We continue to kind of just it's like one person gets picked off on Casablanca, even if there is already one person down on S3, but the person that gets picked off on Casablanca starts some kind of snowball, because it's because of the S3 players like positioning or where the fight is happening, right? It just okay. As I'm explaining that, we get the opposite, as there's a wipeout on the side of S3, which is what Casablanca need. They need that to hold this for longer.
They do it. They have a lot of specials to do so. The Booyah Bomb here on the side of Oraboy. Oraboy actually opting to jump out instead of popping and get shredded. The Crab Tank is at the ready as well on the side of Akka. Booyah Bomb gets popped without being able to use it, but Seb is able to find a pick just onto the advancing members of Splatoon 3. That means they're able to take this lead. They are accruing themselves a bit of one now, only by about 7 points, but you'll take what you can get at this rate. And even though the Booyah Bomb comes through, you still have a full zone control and man advantage if you're Casablanca. You're able to just keep this chugging along, and Enamel gonna get picked off as well. And Casablanca, they've turned things around with just one push. It is looking incredible for them right now, just with 15 points left.
Indeed, and we can see that the Snipe Rider is continuing to keep that pressure on, because if they can't get to the zone, if they can't cover them, then they could have just pushed the whole way, but they continue to hold! And that'll be a KO. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah. Was not expecting that turn of events. The beginning of that game was very, very different.
Those are like two completely different games just combined in a trench coat. You know, we have the legs, right? Yeah, we have the legs, which is like, you know, it's carrying over from the previous game of just the Splatoon 3 show. Man, this name. You know, Splatoon 3 is able to just hold for so dang long, down to 44, without Casablanca really having much of a say in anything. And then that hammer pick really turned things around. It was the first pick that Casablanca got that was basically on the other side of the map, that wasn't on their side of mid. And it really accelerated things, just able to 100-0 straight after that. Just fantastic work from them. Definitely like a tale of two games here.
Indeed, an incredible hold from them, and that does even up our scores, which does mean we are going to see that map 4 definitely.
After that map 3, I'm not sure if I want to see map 4. I'm not a fan of Undertow zones either, but
it is very interesting for this collection of modes and this collection of maps. Like, if we ignore map 4, these maps you see often, but not with these modes, right? You'd see a Rubber Ramen on Splat Zones.
You need at least the two switched around in the first two, right?
Yeah. If you switch the first two around, that's way more usual. But also, you tend to see clams more on Museum than you do Tar Control. So, I think, yeah, it's an interesting set of maps that we don't see very often in this way. But intrigued to see how this plays out. We continue to keep the blasters. The hammer's gone though. We do have a stamper instead.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, but pretty similar other than that. But anyway, still both teams fighting for neutral. It seems to be going slightly more in Casablanca's favor, but without picks, you can't really like say yes or no either way.
Yeah, the Crab Tank is going to give a pick over to Splatoon 3, so they're going to be able to accelerate, find two more to go along with that. It's just the Stamper left, as well as the jump in from the right-hand side, but I believe that jump in got picked off. That was the Dualies, and now Oraboy is kind of the only person that hasn't died yet on the side of Casablanca. The Kraken is going to just immediately go past him. Oraboy ends up actually dropping to two players that we're not looking at them to start with. And now Casablanca, they're in a lot of trouble here. Already past that first checkpoint is Splatoon 3. Working on that second and pretty close to it. Nobody's in position to contest on the side of Casablanca. Oraboy does find one, but gets traded out by so much chip damage on the side of Splatoon 3. And yeah, now we've just kind of slowed down a little bit more. The B-bomb gets shredded. Keaton goes down, and it looks like Casablanca, they finally get a little bit of a foothold with that crab tank, and it's working out kind of well so far for them, except the Kraken on tower.
Yeah, but it seems like that might just be what they needed here, as they finally got almost everyone out, and is trying to live, not able to, but there we go. A push to 13. Already through 2 checkpoints and almost through that final one. That is a dominant start from Splatoon 3. They know what kind of position they're in, and that a defense is pretty much what they need to mount now. But is this going to be a repeat of Game 1, or is it going to be a repeat of Game 2?
That's the million-dollar question right now, and at the moment, Casablanca, they do have a positional advantage. They can ride this tower out, kind of move it away from a couple of members of Splatoon 3. However, they're not going to opt to do that. That put them at a bit of a low ground and a bit of a risky spot, so they're just going to try and stabilize, kind of reset to neutral. That's going to give Splatoon 3 a lot of space here. The big bubble already popped, already shredded onto that tower. The Kraken comes through, though, and 3 members of Casablanca are just sitting on this spinner. Aka is just trying to move forwards, tries to chip out Keen, but not able to find that fight. Keen gets the melee, gets a second as well onto Oraboy, while Anthony is just sitting in the top right thanks to a Kraken. Finds the Stamper, and yeah, it's again the Splatoon 3 show. They're still stomping, they're still like moving this tower objective forwards, and yeah, it's not changing.
Yeah, as per usual also, Anthony, the one to stay alive, gets into incredible positions, then holds them for as long as possible, then uses the Kraken to get back into the position again, still has not died that entire time until just there now. And keeps that pressure up. Look at that, they are continuing to try and keep this push alive. Casablanca haven't been off plat in the past like minute and a half, probably.
Yeah, not at all. Maybe 1 or 2 players to push that tower forwards a bit, but not quite anything to write home about. And we're at a minute and a half. You got to start coming up with something right here if you're Casablanca. This really has not been, easy for them, and it's going to continue to get more and more difficult as time dwindles down, as picks constantly go in favor of Splatoon 3. And now Keen's in the spot. They're just taking turns, just diving, having fun. The Kraken comes in, finds Aka, and
guess where
that's a
going.
KO. We're done here. Well, let's wrap it up. We're going to Game 4.
That is game over, but continues into this Game 4 we were talking about earlier, which we do know that Splatoon 3, as a team, they picked it, right? We've seen this before from them. This was definitely something that was on their list. So interesting to see how Casablanca are going to deal with that. Because I highly doubt that they have also picked frickin' this brine water.
They I hate to break it to you, Zari.
Did they both?
But they may have both.
Really? Really? What is going on right now?
I don't know. I saw Casablanca playing it on one of the player streams just in the previous set while we were waiting for their set to clean up. And there was some magical stuff happening, I will say. There was may or may not have been a quad power clam jump in.
I cannot even. Okay.
Oh yeah. But I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off here as well. It's entirely possible, don't get me wrong. But it's going to be an uphill battle. I think we saw Splatoon 3 play this already, right? And
yes.
they looked incredibly good on it.
It is important to note that the team they played against did get some good pushes against them. So not the impenetrable defense from S3 here. But it didn't end up being enough because they just got more pushes, right? So yeah, I suppose it depends how Casablanca is intending to play Clams. specifically, because it could be like a constant aggression type deal, or it could be kind of a better defense. Like both could help Casablanca take this, but I don't know.
Yeah, it could work out. Is that Subsaver? Okay, that's interesting. Subsaver on the Wiper. I never even noticed that. That's pretty cool. A little interesting bit of tech there.
Yeah.
Not as much QR as we come to see on the Wipers, but Splatoon 3 has an early crab, finds Auraboy. And now we're kind of just chilling. Splatoon 3 has a little bit of space now set up, already moving forwards from the looks of it, thanks to a Kraken. But Prom King, again, with this hammer, comes through, finds one. The second one's already picked off, but Ant is doing the exact same thing on the other side of the map. Finds a couple players of Casablanca. However, the Power Climb is able to jump out, stay safe. This Pencil has not had a fantastic first minute.
No, it has not been a fun time to be this Pencil in particular, but they're able to defend enough to kind of stop it from kind of running away there. And 2 down on both sides at the moment. Both Snipe Riders still up though, and Maun able to get out, Aura able to jump forward and kind of get ready for the next approach. I say as they just, okay, this is... the Wiper is going in, folks.
Yeah, they're trying to, just looking for a possible window here. Not quite able to find anything that tickles their fancy just yet, but, you know, one of these torpedoes is going to have to lead to something. Maybe they're just waiting for that Pencil to drop. There it is. Akka also is making that dive. The Crab Tank from behind, not quite able to find anything with either of them. That's 2 players down. The exact opposite of what you want to see if you're Splatoon 3, or if you're Casablanca. And now Splatoon 3 has opened this game wide, and they're already down to 62 points here, Zari.
Yeah, and they continue to bring that down to 56. This is not what they were trying to do with that defense here. They were trying to kind of put off this push, but it ended up happening anyway. And a push down to 56 is very solid as a first push. I say first push. We're already almost 2.5 minutes into this game. So Splatoon 3 continuing to be very good at these kind of like stalls, even when they are working towards getting points on the board for themselves. Because all they need to do is continue to stall this out and maybe take out the clam carriers, or just get them to go back.
Yeah, they're constantly forced out. 2 players down now. And Splatoon 3, they've turned things completely around. They have a splash wall set up close to the big bubbler for a little bit more space to work with. Keen isn't going to pop it just quite yet. I think they're going to be looking for Auraboy here. But instead of looking for Auraboy goes looking for them along with the rest of Casablanca. And now they have a little bit more space in mid, but the Pencil also drops. And Splatoon 3 are back to kind of their holding strong, kind of choke you out sort of with map control strat that they've executed just fantastically.
Yes, indeed. They are definitely getting a lot done with that. But that is 2 down here for Splatoon 3. So that... but we do have an Anthony. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Well, right. They got a push going. But their Snipe Riders currently fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was not what they were looking for.
No, not at all.
No.
And it's completely, again, just flipped on its head in favor of Splatoon 3. The Crab Tank, the Big Bubbler, just makes so much space. You have all the picks going Splatoon 3's way as well. Casablanca cannot move. They're trying to. This Wiper has found a pick. They're looking for a second one with this hammer. Ends up finding it. And now the Crab Tank from Akka comes through. There's a couple of picks of their own. Wait a minute. This is fully turned around yet again, but they missed the first power climb. No! Wait, there's redemption. There it is. It's gone. It's there. Auraboy's got it. They've taken the lead.
There we go.
We're down to 41 and dropping fast. So they're down to 32 points. We've seen this work out pretty well so far. This is a pretty solid score benchmark to get to. But now Splatoon 3 have 2 power clams to work with. Again, this is like 2 power clams and change that they need to get the lead. And Auraboy's doing their best to fight as many people as possible, but Jasmine's able to clean up on that Splash-O-Matic. And Splatoon 3, they have 3 power clams now and a crab tank that is just doing so much work here.
Yep, indeed. They've got the clam economy ready. They're just trying to make this the best they can. We can see they've got the specials as well. Especially the shield's going to be very important. The bubble will be what will kind of solidify this. Unless they're able to get 1 pick, but in comes the power clam. Unfortunate.
That is such a tough way to lose a game, to lose a set as well, but excellently played. You know, they juggled the power clams on the side of Splatoon 3 really well, able to kind of use those specials in tandem with each other. You know, as soon as the crab tank, was burned out, you had the big bubbler there just to provide so much cover underneath the basket. That allowed them to kind of get set up here. But man, if you're Casablanca, you're like, c'est la vie. You know, this is how life works. This is how clam blitz can be. You know, you just sometimes you'll only score 1 power clam, sometimes you'll score 60, you know? Yep.
And that just be like that. There is not very much that you can end up doing. Especially whenever you're on the defense and there's just too much coming at you. And you cannot slow it down. Because if that happens, you're just trying to find your footing, right? You're trying to stop them. You're able to get maybe 1 pick, but there's always another player, right? You need to get a wipe or just a stronger hold to stop it kind of snowballing out of control, which is what Splatoon 3 did.
Yeah. They certainly did, and we're not going to be going over to Rainmaker now, but instead, Splatoon 3 are going to be going over to our winners finals. Casablanca has to fight it out in top 6 now to get a chance at a run back, maybe in the losers finals or grands here. But with that being said, that will do it for us for our block. So Zari, it's been a great casting with you. It's been a lot of fun. But where can the lovely people find you?
Well, they can find me on Blue Sky at Zarani, on Twitter at SBL Zarani, and on Twitch at Zarani, where we play a lot of games, not just Splatoon. But what about you, Zig? Where can the good people find you?
You can find me at Sigdakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen, whether that's Blue Sky, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, any of that where the Splatoon community is, you'll find me there. And with that being said, it's been very fun commentating today. We've had some great sets. I'm excited to see what the rest of this tourney looks like. We're going to hand it off to Inquiry and Pat after this quick break.
Indeed, indeed. All right. Thanks for having us, folks. And do not be going anywhere.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool. I am Pat here with Inquiry, ready to watch the winners finals. Inquiry, how are you doing tonight?
Again, doing extremely well. Very happy to hop on the mic again for some good paddling pool action.
Yeah, we had to take a bit of a longer break because one of the teams had one player missing and needed to find a sub in a hurry. But now all of these two teams are right here in the lobby. On the one side, we have a team that we just saw in the previous set, a name that we've seen a lot every time we open the game. It's Splatoon 3. On the other side, we have a team name that I haven't seen in a while, but that's one of the names that's part of the legends of Paddling Pool. It is Frutella.
Yeah, Frutella, you definitely know the names with this team. So Crowny, Aaron, Slurpchat, Punchy, and Phoenix. So definitely names we know.
Yeah.
Especially Punchy, we've seen countless times in finals with Kanden.
Yeah, Punchy is very, very active. The rest of all of Frutella are still like great players, and it's great to see them together. We're going to start with tower control on the Hagglefish Market. Let us see how these two teams fare, what they bring to the table. On the side of Frutella, not much surprise, very classic comp. And meanwhile, Splatoon 3 bringing what they were playing the last game.
Yeah, so 96 Gal and an S-Blast. So the two weapons we don't see a lot but are still very good, and we have a end of game.
Oh, yeah, so...
Apparently something happened, Frutella stopped playing.
Yeah, Inquiry. So the thing is, we had a bit of a wait to have every player to join the lobby. And one player was AFK while we started this game, so
Oh, okay.
so we had a fast reset.
I'll start.
We're gonna get right in the game in a second.
Okay, understood. So let's just wait for the teams to jump back on. It should be pretty quick. But honestly, what about Hagglefish Market Tower Control? Such a classic map. You have to play it at least once every tournament. If not, it's very weird. Some flanks, you have a very known path that can be very hard to push, honestly, coming from a certain point. Passing like the second checkpoint can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, I expect Frutella to try to go forward through the main alleyway, whereas Splatoon 3 they have more of the tools to go to the side to get the flanks, and both of the strategies are good on this map, which is one of the reasons why the map is so beloved. And right now it looks like Splatoon 3 is going to get on the tower, but are instantly pushed away. Frutella going in, Punchy going behind people, but is blocked by the bubble. And right now it looks like Splatoon 3 is cleaning up, getting a lot of splats, as both teams are kind of even.
I mean, yeah, it's a very tense situation. Both teams taking a lot of kills. Splatoon 3 have a definite edge right now. They have the tower. They're going to that first checkpoint, while Yasmina on that left side with the blaster taking one kill on the 52 cal. The Splatana on that tower just holding it with the bubbler, and it's going to be a tough defense for Frutella. They need to stop that right now because already 30 points left.
Yeah, that's a pretty big opening push by Splatoon 3. But now with two players down, they're going to have to move back. Frutella able to defend, but losing a checkpoint and almost losing the other right at the opening push of the game is going to be pretty hard on them. But hey, we still have 3 minutes and a half in the game, so more to come.
Yeah, that was a quick kill by the S-Blast again, making some really good work, stopping Frutella from going forward. For the moment, Frutella do you have the tower, But it's a bit of a tense situation. They can't go very far because, I mean, Splatoon 3's defense is so strong at the moment. The 96 outputting that Kraken, making 1 kill and pushing someone to jump off. And it's a very good operation, but they have to get back onto defense right now.
Yeah, here comes the defense. That's very good defense by Splatoon 3. It looks like Frutella are forced away as the tower is moving back. No checkpoint break for Frutella. Has to be a bit disheartening, but it's certainly not over. Splatoon 3 coming back in, but they already lose their blaster. Yasmin with that blaster has been so important. 2 down. This is another push for Frutella, who are going to push in. Anthony defending with that Kraken is going to force Frutella to disperse. Now, can they get the checkpoint with 2 players down? Doesn't look like it.
Nah, they can't. The Kraken is so strong at forcing people off that objective and being like very, very disruptive as a special. If you see a Kraken, you need to run because it's going to be like a few seconds where you just can't poke at it.
Yeah. Yeah, but right now both teams are still fighting for the control of the mid. Yes, Min is finally going to be splatted, but very, very nice moves right there. Both teams are still waiting for the opportunity, while Anthony isn't going to find much with that Kraken. It's going to be both teams like waiting for another way in. Frutella a bit too eager to come there. They lose a few more players and Splatoon 3 stays in control, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the whole game. Like, Frutella is a bit eager to go forward, but they lose themselves way too quickly, and Splatoon 3's defense is so strong at just denying Frutella from going forward, and at the same time, Splatoon 3 are really good at themselves going forward and making a quick work out of Frutella's defense.
Yeah, and they're back to that checkpoint, they're back on the attack. Everybody from Frutella in defensive position, holding the line, not letting that checkpoint be broken. They really don't want it broken, but with the Booyah Bomb, Splatoon 3 still in position. Punchy with a very, very strong crab tank right there. Able to get really a lot of ground for Frutella. Now, can Frutella use that to push Splatoon 3 away?
They can't. They're already -2, -3 delay. That's such a great operation, but by Splatoon 3, them. I mean, they look so strong, and Frutella had so much trouble making even a dent into that defense. For the moment, we have 15 seconds left, and Splatoon 3 are still pushing. Frutella don't have any opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and with an extra Kraken, the tower is still active for Splatoon 3. Makoto dancing around, countered by the Kraken. That's the end of game number 1. And I mean, Splatoon 3 really took control of that map.
Yeah, that was really strong dominance by Splatoon 3. We've seen like one true push from Frutella, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, Splatoon 3 was so strong onto the ground, and they managed with the Booyah Bomb, especially I think Booyah Bomb and Kraken, to completely halt everything that was going through them.
Yeah, I mean, Splatoon 3 were very, very good at stopping Frutella when they were going in. These Krakens by Anthony were simply creating mayhem, forcing Frutella to lose all their coordinated, well-organized pushes. Suddenly they all had to run away from the Kraken. They couldn't stay in formation and defend that tower. Very much Splatoon 3 staying in control of that game even when Frutella was pushing. Now, going into the next game, going on to Clam Blitz on Macomart is going to be a very, very different thing, because on this map mode, a single split second is enough to score 40 points very easily.
Yeah, definitely. But I can see Splatoon 3 making like amazing work on that map. They have a Blaster. Blaster is so strong at poking at ledges, and you have plenty of ledges on Macomart. So let's see how it goes. But I can see Splatoon 3 continuing onto that dominance for the moment.
Yeah.
Frutella aren't in. I mean, they still have the tools to do it. We have a bucket, which is also very strong at keeping control out of a ledge.
Yeah.
For the moment, neutral position, Crab is already outputted by Punchy, not taking any kill for the moment, being menaced. Oh, that's a nice counter of the Splatana, and it's starting off very, very strong for Frutella. They have an opportunity to push.
Yeah, very nice moves by Punchy right there, taking a lot of control and has 7 clams right now. Frutella waiting for the extra clam, ready to get in, and everybody is pushing in there. It looks like Frutella is going to open the score this time now. Can they turn that into more clams in with 2 players down? It looks like it's going to be the end of that push. 77 is the mark. That's not that much, but at least their heavy-headed is able to stand alive and allow the rest of Frutella to get back onto the map.
Yeah, get back onto the map. What happened there? I mean, Punchy had so much trouble finding the last clam to get that power clam that Splatoon 3 just came back so quickly to stop that push. Frutella managed to get a counter push immediately after the first one. 62 points left, that's still not a lot, but that's definitely a good opening and continuing to output so much pressure and taking the kills needed for their teammates to just go back and have another power clam.
Yeah, and here comes another opening. I mean, suddenly Frutella, after being pummeled during game number 1, are not stopping the offense and not stopping the action. They're not letting Splatoon 3 do anything, and Splatoon 3 right now, all they can do is juggle those multiple pity clams that they've gotten.
Yeah, they have to juggle with them, but they definitely need to pick some kills, because right now, Frutella, they lose 1 player, maybe 2, but there's everyone else onto mid, still ready to take some kills and make the disruptive moves on Splatoon 3. Look at it, they lost the push, but they're still on mid, and Splatoon 3 are just... They have so much trouble going in, and that's a complete opposite of what was happening last game.
That's how you want to play on such a small map, you know, constantly coming back, having tactical and knowing that you can respawn incredibly fast. Frutella is able to get back in control of the middle of the map before the whole team gets splatted. But right now it looks like Splatoon 3 are on their way in, but they lose 3 players already. That is no push for you, and it's Frutella getting back onto the map, pushing again. They have a lot of paint and they have more strikes.
They have the strike, they have the aggressiveness they need. Look at the 52 pushing and taking some kills. Punchy following with the Crab, taking the kill on the decav and just outputting some pressure with it, getting some range, getting some bombs up. The push is ended. 31 points left. I mean, it's just going bit by bit on the side of Frutella, but they're making it work.
It's death by 1,000 cuts. Right now, Splatoon 3 are struggling, fighting to stay onto the map. Anthony is way in the front with that Kraken, but there's nobody else to follow. And, oh, wait. Are they jumping?
They have a jump.
Oh, they have a jump.
But they don't. They're not jumping to Anthony. They missed it. That's such a huge missed opportunity for Splatoon 3.
I mean, 20 points is not enough right now. With 1 more minute, they want a big push, and just jumping in was not the play, I guess. Now look at that. They have a lot of control. They have a lot of clams. They open the basket, and that's a super bubbler right under the basket. They're tied! Oh!
And that's a quick lead with 3 power clams and 1 mini. And Splatoon 3 are completely flipping the game to the advantage in just 1 push. 30 seconds left, and it's not even over yet. They can take the win.
I mean,
whoa!
Frutella with 1 million small pushes. Splatoon 3 answering with one push. Just 30 seconds is all it took for Frutella for Splatoon 3 to win that game.
That was such an unexpected comeback. I mean, Splatoon 3 were not in a great shape for 4 minutes. and in the last minute, they completely flipped the game over, flipped the rhythm, flipped the pace, and got it into the control completely.
Yeah, I mean, great moves, great control right there. And it's really Splatoon 3 showing the patience, the awareness that, yeah, we're getting pummeled, we're losing a lot of points right there, but they had the patience, they had the plan, they knew that they only needed one push. With that big bubbler, I mean, a big bubbler under the basket gives you so much control, allows you to stay there, simply stay there longer. And that's exactly what Splatoon 3 did. And suddenly, despite that game being very close, despite Frutella getting so much, Splatoon 3 is up 2-0 and are one game away from Grand Finals.
One game away from Grand Final, and that game may be Rainmaker Battle on Robo Ramen. Very open map. You have some opportunities to flank, but it's not the big deal of the map. Like, it's very open. You have a strong mid position to hold, and strong plats you have to keep control of. If you lose your side of the mid, you're in very, very big trouble because the objective isn't far.
Yeah, it's very, very close. I mean, I expect both teams to break the checkpoint, unless one team gets the KO very fast. But I'd say I think both of these teams are able to get it. So I think it's going to be the checkpoint, and then it's going to be being able to go through very deep, very far. And both the Crab Tank and the Kraken, both teams are bringing a Crab Tank. This Crab Tank could help a lot in terms of deciding which team is able to get in.
I mean, Crab is such a strong tool because the mid is open, is wide open. So if you have a Crab Tank, you can just take control of it just by putting it right now. Punchy making the first Crab Tank happening, and Frutella already on the move.
Frutella going in, Frutella breaking the checkpoint. They lose a few players, but breaking that checkpoint early gives a lot of momentum now with the strikes. No strikes, they just grab it and run. That's a 31-point lead. That's a pretty good opening, and Frutella is still in position to keep themselves here. How they dodge the Kraken?
They dodged it somehow, but yeah, Frutella in a very, very good position. They still have the mid, they still have everything. Need Punchy trying to take the surprise kill onto that crab, and still managing to jump off in a safe position. Yeah. Nice trade by Makoto on Anthony. The Booyah is out for Splatoon 3, but now they need much more than this if they want to push.
Yeah, right now it's on Splatoon 3 to get the checkpoint. Punchy activating another Crab Tank. We've seen so many crabs, but hey, that's the game right there. The Kraken is not finding much. Both teams are still fighting, trying to get the advantage as Makoto is going in with that 52 gal, trying to push forward. That's one, that's almost two. Yeah, that's two, and with two down, Frutella is pushing again, getting more and more points.
They're getting really close. 10 points left. That's a strong push, and it's not over yet. The strike's taking the pop, and 1 point left. It's going to be KO or lose with Splatoon 3. They have no other choice. In the 3 minutes that separates us from the end of the game to take the KO.
I mean, given how well Frutella plays on this map, how easy it looks like the way they play it, it's going to be pretty rough for Splatoon 3, but do not count Splatoon 3 out because they've shown us how good they can do.
We've seen last game where Frutella is strong and Splatoon 3 just came back like it was nothing. We can expect that from them, but for the moment, 2 minutes and a half left. Frutella are in a bit of a trouble. They are still solid onto their position, onto the ground, and trying to come back to mid, losing one player, losing two. Crab Tank is out, and that's going to be the first opportunity of a push. It's -3, and that's a huge opening.
it's Splatoon 3's turn. They get the checkpoint and now they go in punchy, activating the crab tank. Everybody's able to defend enough. 32 is not going to get the lead. Only the KO can, but that's Frutella forced to defend right now. And with the Booyah Bomb, Splatoon 3 are still in action, are still in position. Can they get the Rainmaker back? No, the Rainmaker is reset, but Splatoon 3 is still in position to attack and create.
Yeah, and that's so sad because 32 points left is already a massive first push. Like, that's a big achievement from Splatoon 3. Managing to get to 32 points left. But, I mean, it's not stopping. The Kraken is there. They have all the tools they need to go forward. All the resources. There's only one player left. That may be it. That may be it. And that's a wipe out again. Splatoon 3 at everyone's surprise again, taking the game from, like, almost stealing the game from Frutella.
I mean, we shouldn't be surprised at this point. It's just what Splatoon 3 does. When they push, they don't stop, they keep going. Incredible play by Splatoon 3 and Frutella. I mean, they're a great team. One of these teams that have like placed their mark in EU Splatoon history of Splatoon 3. But Splatoon 3 right there is answering the call and is showing us how fast they can fight, how well they can push, and hey, it's working. GG's.
Yeah, very good games from them. I mean, Frutella had some amazing games game 2 and game 3, but yeah, it was just a steamroll on the side of Splatoon 3.
Yeah, that was a game, that was a lot. Now it is not over in Cree. We have more to watch because we still have the lower bracket to look for. The rest of the bracket is waiting for us. I guess we'll be watching losers round 5 right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Spoke too soon, apparently. We're not flipping the zone. Come on, guys, we're not flipping the zone. Formation a bit more control. Hydra just bowling and hello.
Give more players power clams. That's exactly what's happening. So they got them all in. Oh my goodness.
Do you want to get started in competitive Splatoon but don't know how to? The Stronghold offers a free beginner's academy service for new players wanting to play Splatoon competitively. We want to make it as easy as possible for new players to join competitive. We'll create teams out of applicants and train you through a season providing scrims, practices, and coaching. At the end of the season, teams that graduate will play in their first community tournament. Graduating teams will be given a free logo and invited to play in the invite-only Academy Showcase event, where they get to play on stream and show off the skills they've learned in the Academy. So what are you waiting for? Apply for the Academy today using the link on screen.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool. I am still Incuri, still joined by the amazing Pat J or Tom, and we are watching Losers Round 5 between Free Poulet and Floral. Just before the match starts, don't hesitate to type in the chat. I'm gonna type it for you, !GFG. We will be this weekend commentating with IPL, the Gamers for Giving event, a huge fundraiser.
Yeah, we have lots of love in this community, and we want to make it work for the people that need it. We'll be fundraising money to help children in hospitals all around the world. So it will be this weekend. You can find a link to the tournament in chat right now. I won't be able to watch it, unfortunately, but like I wish I could. I wish I could.
Commentating
so
something
much.
Currently.
Yeah, I'm taken by a LAN. But yeah, Inquiry, you'll be there, and I can't wait to watch the replays later.
I will be there at the streamer for Dapple production. But yeah, starting off really strong for first game, it's going to be again Mako Mart. I haven't seen it, but it's tower control, so very, very interesting. And on this side of Free Play, we have some interesting things because we have some Julies, we have the Blaster, we have a Liter, and on the side of Floral, we have a Carbon. I haven't seen a Carbon in a long time at top level.
A good Carbon can always do the good work, especially on Mako Mart. And right now, it looks like the Carbon isn't working that well. Free Play were able to take the tower, but instantly all of Floral are respawning, are going back into action, and are pushing their way back onto the map. But Free Play is still in control of mid with that very powerful E-liter.
Yeah, very powerful E-liter. The push is stopped apparently for them, and they don't have control over the tower, but they still have control over the mid. They do have a flank on the side of Floral. I haven't seen which play. I guess it was a Soul because it's dead by now. Nice kill by Luma Ace on that Carbon. Mondi trying to aggro that tower, but having a bit of a trouble. It's still very, very disputed onto that mid, but I mean, still under control of Free Play.
Yeah, still under control. Free Play haven't gotten past the checkpoint yet, but they've kept control over mid this whole time. Very great patience by them. And right now the patience is paying off. They are piercing through the checkpoint. Yes, they are. But they lost 2 players in the process. They'll have to wait a little bit and regroup.
Yeah, have to regroup, and it's going to be hard to come back for Floral. I mean, they're still losing players over and over again. It's a hard situation because they don't have a lot of weapons to break in. They certainly have a very good position at being very aggressive in neutral position, but coming back from a disadvantage, it's hard on them.
Yeah, but it's certainly not over. Floral were able to push Free Play away, and are now establishing themselves across the map, but they lose 2 players. I see a Shark coming here, the Carbon popping out to the side. Are they able to win this fight? It's 2 down on Free Play. This could be an opportunity for Floral to finally get forward, get to that checkpoint.
I mean, they don't even have the opportunity to do so. The Booyah Bomb is going to help them. Nice kill by the dude, and they are still there onto that right plat to take some kill, taking the one on the Splatana. Again, wow, what a wipeout and what a domination from Free Play. I mean, they haven't gone past the first checkpoint, they got it, but haven't gone very far. But they are still in full control at the moment.
Yeah, Free Play really have found a way to stay on lock onto the whole main part of the map when they are pushing. They're not pushing very fast, but they're maintaining their position. And every time Floral makes a mistake, Free Play keeps moving forward a little more. They get the second checkpoint now and are still getting their jumps back in. The E-liter in a great position to protect everybody as Floral are desperate to defend that tower right now.
Oh, I have so much trouble keeping the ground and keeping the defense up. I mean, even the Splatana got countered by the Zab. It's very hard to come back to me. They don't have the options to do so. Mondi still taking some nice kills. The Bubbler is ready. They can have a safe spot. They have the Cool ready to if they want to respawn real fast. They have all the specials now, almost all the specials.
Yeah, lots of specials, lots going Floral are forced away. Oh, but they're able to defend. They're able to keep themselves in. It's just the Elite. Huge opportunity for Floral, but now they are the first checkpoint. They need to make it all in the last minute, Inkry.
Make it into the last minute, but the leader is already picking some good kills, and the Julies are in flank, which means no push and no checkpoint for Floral with 30 seconds left. They're losing players one by one, and they need to take control over the mid. They have a -2 that's going to be an opportunity. Will they be able to hold it, Pat?
They're in a right position, but no, they lose their players again. Freeplay taking back control, and with a wipeout, that's going to be the game, Inkry. I mean, I feel like Floral, they had the good weapons. Between the Carbon and the Stamper, they had great explosive power, but there was so much yellow paint on the ground that the Carbon could never really do what they wanted to do, and in the end it was very much free play, getting more and more ground, getting more and more control, and getting the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the compositions, Floral's composition is really good, but it's still a bit strange because they lack a lot, and like a lot of range. They can't break in because on the side of Freeplay you have a Liter, you have a Blaster, you have Julies with insane range, with insane movements. So it's going to be very hard on them to actually go forward if they're not in a good advantage. And even though they have two excellent turfing weapons, they can't make good use of it because they are so easily overthrown.
Yeah, I mean they couldn't move forward, they couldn't get in and get the paint on, as you said, being outranged like that. I mean, Freeplay is running a great comp if you want to counter mid-range weapons, which is what Floral was kinda relying on. But that's only game number 1. We're in a best of 3 because we are on the loser side. Game 2 will be Rainmaker on the Undertow Spillway.
That's a completely different philosophy of a map. I mean, Macomart is still a bit open. You have a huge mid. It's pretty flat overall, even though you have some ledges. Undertow Spillway is blocked by every kind of obstacles you can find on the game. You have obstacles everywhere. You have just some little streets here and there, but not much space to move.
I like this is great for a Carbon Roller again, but we've seen a map that was great for a Carbon Roller already, and it didn't work for Floral. Floral, they need a way to cut the distance, a way to get in to counter that Blaster that can punish them around every ledge. If they do so, they have a good shot at getting momentum. And remember, on Rainmaker, all you need is one single push.
Yep, one single push, maybe it. No change in composition for Floral, but Freeplay are completely changing. Because they go from Squelches to regular Julies, to take an Octobrush and a 96.
I love Octobrush, and it's such a fun weapon, and seeing it at high level is really cool. But right now, Freeplay are winning the first fight with 2 players down. I mean, Floral are really struggling to stay on the map, and again, the range advantage that Freeplay has, thanks to the pencil, allows them to take control of the Rainmaker.
Take control of the Rainmaker and take control of everything that's happening on the map. Really, they have the kills, they have what it takes to push. That's the first wipeout, and that's going to be the first checkpoint for Freeplay. And they have it broken down in just a minute, and they haven't lost a single player on that push yet.
And they're not stopping, they're still going in 10 more.
Another
wipeout, okay!
Surviving!
That's just a perfect game by Freeplay.
One push was enough.
One push is enough. It could be the first push. It could be the opening neutral turning into a push. I mean, Freeplay got everything. They just moved forward and killed everybody on their way there, and that's it.
I'm still wondering how the Rainmaker managed to survive all those bombs, all those shots.
These moves here.
It was very
flicks.
surprising to see, but I mean, it worked very, very well, and props to them.
It's incredible.
How? How?
How do you stay like? That's I've seen like team wins hard, but this far into the tournament, a team winning that hard a game, like that's incredible.
I mean, that's already the end of that set. We're going to make a quick break, waiting for the losers semi that we'll see. So free play against Casablanca that we've seen in losers final, in losers semi just a few sets before.
And welcome back to Paidling Pool. I am Pat here with Inquiry, ready to watch the semi-finals of the lower bracket. We already saw Free Play be incredibly fast, incredibly powerful on Magomar Tower Control. This time they have to do it against Casablanca Morocco. A very different team, a very, very strong team that is waiting for them now.
Yeah, waiting for them since the losers losers semis. They've won against Self Bolin, and right now are playing for the revenge. Maybe they will get into losers final. We don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, as you said, Tower control might come out again. We've seen FreePlay with an amazing game just one set before. Let's see if they go for a repeat, but we'll have some very interesting maps just after that.
Yeah, we will see a lot, but as you said, an interesting map incoming. But first, let's get back to tower control on Mako. We just saw this map. We know that FreePlay can get the long pushes in, and that their whole strategy is to put their Elita in the middle of the map and then stay there for as long as they can. And every mistake that their opponent make allows them to push forward. Now, how does Casablanca play on it? They'll bring a backline of their own in this game, which means they'll have a bit more range, a bit more ways to counter what FreePlay is doing.
And that's a double S-Blast.
Yeah,
so
that's...
one S-Blast on each side. That's very interesting. So double Booyahs, double area of effect on each team.
That's
I mean,
also
we're not
double
surprised
Julies.
to see Blaster on tower control.
That's also double Julies with double Crab on each team. These two teams are running very similar composition, very similar strategies. Now, the whole idea is who is able to do it better, who's able to do it faster. And right now it looks like Casablanca are the ones on the tower as FreePlay is respawning.
FreePlay are respawning, but yeah, the Crab is out on the side of Casablanca. Nice kill by the offense for the moment. They're just keeping control of that tower. They made it through the first checkpoint. Because, I mean, FreePlay need to defend very, very hard. And for the moment, they have a lot of troubles doing it. Oh, nice kill, though, by the Lita, but it's still going.
Yeah, very nice. FreePlay able to defend a little bit, able to get themselves back in the game as Casablanca are losing players, are going back to their spawn. Oh, they're still the Julie's behind. Nope, the Julie's is splatted as well. FreePlay able to get back into mid with some extra splats. They will be able to get in as long as they get rid of that blaster. And they do.
Yeah, definitely both teams need to get rid of the opposing blaster, of the opening Crab, if they want to make any move. For the moment, it's a tough duel on that right side. Wow! Double kill! I mean, it was double kill recuperate. I mean, it was just a nice indirect shot.
Yeah.
But still a good double kill. Very important for that team. Now, they have an opportunity at pushing, but still, I mean, just neutral position for the moment. Both teams are taking kills one after the other, but not really one team taking a full edge.
Yeah, it's not over. The Decapitator getting in, getting more splats, and Casablanca are setting themselves in control again. I noticed in Korea that FreePlay had a lot of control. They didn't manage to turn that control into point. They didn't manage to break the checkpoint.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, definitely. But for the moment, the defense is as strong as it can get. They have a very quick -3, and yep, delayed wipeout with that kill on the blaster. Now, will the blaster be able to make a dent into that defense? We'll see, because they have some specials ready.
Yeah, lots of specials are coming, and it looks like FreePlay are going to get the checkpoint this time. Activate the Crab Tank to keep pushing. They're not that far now. If they get to the second checkpoint, they will get the lead, as Casablanca are trying to defend, are trying to delay, but are kind of surrounded and forced to go back to spawn. Their blaster to the side, kinda alone in a Booyah Bomb. And that's FreePlay getting to the checkpoint and to the lead.
3 points into the lead, and it still go. Oh, never mind. Nice shot by the Pencil here, ending that push. And with 1.5 minutes left, Casablanca need to redo everything and take back that lead. But that's already a huge dent. But it's a -3 on both sides, I think.
Yeah, lots of players falling down right now. We are about to get into the last minutes of the game, and FreePlay just lost 3 players. Casablanca, they're behind, but they have a good shot at pushing right now. All they need to do is keep their advantage going. Can they do it, or will FreePlay be able to keep their lead?
It's very hard because for the moment they're just jumping onto that tower but not making any kill. They have stopped that tower.
Oh!
That was such a strong kill on the decaf. That was so important. They managed to get the defense on the last seconds.
Iron defense by Free-Poulet, and with 30 seconds left, Free-Poulet is taking control of the map, punishing everybody. And right now, that's all they need to do. 3 players down on Casablanca. Free-Poulet are still on the tower, are still in control. With 15 seconds left, Casablanca needs a monster push right now.
They're going to need a monster push. They also need to take that tower here and now, but they don't have the opportunity to the 2 players. It's going to be the end of game 1, and it's going to Free-Poulet.
Yeah, Free-Poulet, they got the push that was just enough to get the lead back, and then they moved back into mid. They respected their open and took back control over the map and knew that all they needed to do was win the fight from then on, whereas Casablanca was forced to try to get more risks to push, and it didn't pay off for them.
Yeah, it didn't pay off for them and for the moment. So yeah, it's going to be game 1, but we're going to a completely different map. We're going to I forgot the name. It's Brinewater Springs.
Yeah,
we're going to
Brinewater Springs on Clan Blitz.
So yeah, completely different. You have a huge mid that is completely below each spawns. So I mean the litter is going to be incredible on that map, but also the basket is really close to mid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you don't have much distance between the middle of the map and the basket. If you manage to get a few numbers advantage, you can get in. You can get onto that basket. You can push in very fast. This is a kind of map where even at top level, I've seen players sneak their way through and super jump in, and I've seen that happen a lot, even between high level players like the one that we're going to see right there. So pay attention, don't blink, and be sure to watch every angle, because this map doesn't forgive much. You can always get in with more clans.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it can be so easy to sneak in, because the path to the basket is still very narrow. Like, you have one path onto the left of the mid, and that's all. So it shouldn't be so easy to sneak in and get a super jump.
Yep. Not so easy. Everything's possible. But yeah, we'll see how these how these teams adapt, if they change the way they play. Let's get right in the game, Inquiry.
Let's get into the game. Let's see who wins that one, but it's already a match point for one of those teams.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's true. We're on loser's side. This is best of 3. It's pretty rough, but Free-Poulet, all they need to do is win one more game in order to make it to the finals. Casablanca, they need to answer, and they need to answer fast, but they're the ones who chose this map, so we'll see if they're able to make it work.
Yep, and no lead to double puzzle. Interesting thing that I've seen on the map screen is that both chargers are running stealth jump, which is interesting for a backline. Like, you don't see that often at all.
For Clan Blitz especially, you want to jump in a lot, and I guess, like, given how fast these teams are playing, everybody wants to super jump back in. You don't want to leave your pencil behind, and right now Casablanca has 3 players advantage and are going to move towards that basket. They're already activating the Booyah Bomb. They're eyeing the basket. The Booyah Bomb is deployed, but the drop from the Julies to stop everybody in their tracks. And now we see a Julie Jewel. Say that fast, Julie Jewel. But okay.
Yeah, strong drop by the Julies on the side of Casablanca, and they're offering themselves a very strong counter push right now. They have a strong opportunity to to go forward, but it's again stopped by some dualies.
Yeah, I mean, a Julie's that drop that gets the right splats is able to do a lot of damage. That's only 20 points for Casablanca, as Freepoolay is in position with 2 Super Clam right in the basket, instantly getting the lead back. And still the Julie's fighting to get a bit more, but that's going to be the push. Now the map is for Casablanca. Can Casablanca get a counter push?
Let's see how it goes, because they need to come back from a pretty good push. I mean, 46 points left. It's not nothing. So let's see how it goes. They have some special. They have that Booyah. They have the crab up. But Freepool's defense is already in position to counter that.
Yeah, I mean, Freepoolay is defending. 2 Super Clams are coming. But the nice defensive positions by Freepoolay mean Casablanca won't be able to get their way to the basket yet. And Freepoolay is getting back a lot of control over the map. I see a lot of blue and a lot of clams for Freepoolay. For now, with player's advantage, looking to get forward again.
Get forward again, and they have the clam, they have the resources they need. They still have like one naturally formed clam and the Peter one. So it can be again a great push. The crab is ready. The crab is out. But still one player going on that side. Taking kill. Nice defense.
Great defense by Casablanca. Able to really shut down that push by Freepoolay. Now Freepoolay are not done. They're still pushing it in. They saved the Super Clam. And oh no, wait, no, that's Casablanca. I'm tired.
Casablanca, yeah, did save a clam, but now they're not in a good position. Freepoolay are still going forward, full send onto that mid. And as I say that, Casablanca get onto the mid, and it's back to neutral position. We do have a jump opportunity from Motion, but we have another one on the other side.
The basket is open. Casablanca reopens the basket, but don't get anything else. Freepoolay are getting back control over the map, and they already have their players in position to score. Now Luma Ace, all they need to do is super jump in with that Super Clam, or activate that puller and get there by feet. Right now, that's one Super Clam in. Is it another? Oh no, they're forced away. Very nice defense by Casablanca here.
Ooh, that's a wipeout. And wipeout means huge opportunity. The Julies are ready. And look at the crab. The crab is well positioned, but be careful about those flanks. Ooh. That's one make that 2, and that's the lead for Casablanca with, 20 seconds left.
That is a huge lead for Casablanca. Now Freepoolay need a push, and need a pretty large push. A Super Clam will not be enough as they activate the Crab Tank and get punished for it. 2 down. The Kraken is still dancing there, but that Kraken is pushed away. Freepoolay suddenly, after having so much control throughout the game, need to create another push, and they don't look in position to do so.
They have overtime, but they are losing players. The Julies are making a quick work. No, getting punished by that pencil, but there's no one to open the way for that Power Clam, and that's going to be game 2 for Casablanca, evening the score.
Yeah, we are 1-1 in Korea, which means we are going to our tiebreaker, and here in Paddling Pool, if the tiebreaker is Rainmaker, it's going to be on Humpback Pump Track. Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker is a different beast, is a special one.
It is very special, but it's a beloved map.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a beloved map across the whole community, but among casters, I think it's really appreciated. Because it's always creates some exciting things.
Yeah. Hey, hate it or love it, it's incredibly exciting to watch. It always gives us fun games to watch. There's always a comeback opportunity more than any other Rainmaker map in existence, I think. which is what we want to have. We want to have suspense. We want to have teams forced to pay attention until the very last second. And on this map that plays a bit differently, you can also see very different comms brought on by the teams because you need more ledge options to fight.
I mean, yeah, more ledge option, but you also have to pay attention to a lot of things. Like, I mean, as you said, if you don't keep an eye on everything that's happening, you're going to have a hard time because you can get flanked so easily. You have two main paths for the Rainmaker. The obvious one is right. I mean, of course. But you can still sneak in and get a flank on that left side. I mean, it's going to be hard for Rainmaker to go on left because it's going to be noticed. But a dual lead player can go in full left and just take everyone by surprise while the Rainmaker is pushing right.
Yeah. It's always the power move. It takes a lot of time. It's an investment to go there. But if you do it successfully, you allow your team to get in and to get in incredibly far, deal a lot of damage. Now, without further ado, let's get to this tiebreaker game to decide who is going to go onto the lower bracket final.
Let's see how it goes, and we see a Nautilus. I love to see a Nautilus going. That's an unusual weapon. Even though it's a very strong one, it's unusual to see. It gets outclassed pretty easily. For the moment, the pop is going to Casablanca, but the Note is making a quick work out of that blaster and continuing on the right side to take some very disruptive positions.
Yeah, very nice opening by Free Poulet right there. They get cut down as Casablanca is stopping everything. Rainmaker is going to stay around mid. Both teams kind of licking their wounds, waiting. But it looks like Free Poulet still has a bit of control. The big bubbler is going to stop that. And it looks like Casablanca, it's their turn to control the Rainmaker now.
Their turn to control, and I mean, they have a pretty good control over mid for the moment, but Casablanca are still jumping off. They have taken some kills. I mean, it's -2 on their side, so Free Poulet need to come back. The Kraken is going to be here. We know how good Kraken is, but it's too late now. The Kraken went onto that right side, even though the objective wasn't there.
Yeah, and that is more... I mean, right there, getting that checkpoint early is huge. But Nautilus showing why Nautilus is such a good and fun weapon, able to get in there. Now, we see a lot of trade. The Rainmaker is stuck to the side. But Free Poulet are still on the defense, and Casablanca are able to push forward again thanks to that bubbler.
Yeah, we'll see. The Kraken is there to defend, but the lead is still on the side of Casablanca. The Rainmaker is stopped. That's a -2. I think delayed -3. That's going to be a huge opportunity for Free Poulet to come back, but they need to take that Rainmaker and not get stopped by any chance a Splatana.
Yep. The Cavitator able to punish right there, but that's 3 players down onto Casablanca. Free Poulet are now moving in very close to that checkpoint, and with 2 more players down, Free Poulet are going to get the checkpoint and are very likely to get the repop and the lead.
They will get that lead, that's a certain thing. The kills are still going. That's a -2 on the side of that Note, taking some insane positions. That's the kill on the decav. Defense is strong, but it gets eliminated 1 by 1.
That Nautilus staying there for so long allowed the rest of the team to get back in. They got the repop. They extend the lead to 17. Now Casablanca able to stop, force everybody out with a crab tank. Rainmaker is still standing there, but it looks like Free Poulet are going to go back to spawn. Casablanca gets to breathe, but they need to push.
Definitely need to push, and that's not going to be an easy one. Free Poulet are already defending. I mean, they're all stacked on the same position, but it's still a position that completely denies Casablanca from taking that lead. They should get a shot at pushing. The Booyah is out. The Booyah can make a huge work for the moment, pushing everyone back. No, you shouldn't run in like this. You shouldn't.
That was a bit too eager to get in. Casablanca gets punished, but they've shown that they can get on to the... That's concerning, but we'll see that later. Free-to-play is still holding the line, defending as much as they could. Tactical is deployed, and Rainmaker is reset. There's about 1 minute in the game. Casablanca needs a huge push. Ooh, that doesn't look like it in grey.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Free-to-play are still going forward. 1 minute left, and they're not playing the timer. They're playing to keep pushing and keep the pressure up until the last second.
Yeah.
I mean, they
More
may
pressure.
not get another lead, but
Yeah.
as long as they output pressure, they're not... I mean, they're not in danger at all. Oh, never mind, one player managed to sneak in.
Very nice way in right there. And Casablanca able to get control of the Rainmaker back, able to get their way through. There's a flank to the side as the rest of the team is moving right. This could be... Oh! There's a few splats.
That's huge, that's huge, that's very...
Oh!
No! The Kraken stealing the show!
The Kraken got the Rainmaker, but here's a repop, here's a wipeout, and Casablanca is going to get the lead with just a few seconds left in the game. They're still right here, and the Crab Tank is going in, the Crab Tank is stopped, but now Free-to-play needs an overtime KO.
That was a smart play by the duelist right there to tank the pop with the crab and then try to dash onto that Rainmaker, but it wasn't enough. And yeah, you said it, they need an overtime KO. They can't lose the Rainmaker a single time if they want to make it work. And yeah, they do lose it thanks to, I think it was a pencil?
Yeah. I think it was a pencil flanking just to seal the deal right there. Once they had the Tacticular, they knew that they could get to the side, take a few more risks, create the surprise. And that's Casablanca getting forward. Poulet remains jailed, and we will see more in the losers finals with Casablanca advancing.
Yeah, we'll just take a short break in order to get everything ready and rolling. Don't go anywhere, we're coming back with more action in a short while. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 314. I am still in Curie, joined with Pat J or Tom. And you are watching the losers final between Frutella and Casablanca. Two teams we've seen previously onto that stream. We know what they're capable of. And let's just see what they can display in losers finals to get their place in Grand.
I mean, we have two incredibly strong teams right here. Casablanca has been working tournaments lately and making a name for themselves. On the other hand, Frutella is the old team coming back to remind us why they were so good and so feared in Dapple Productions tournament back in the day. Now we'll see how these two teams are able to do against each other. In a best of 5, there's lots of time to establish themselves, to show what they can do. And we'll start with a map that was chosen by Frutella. That's going to be Undertow Speedway for Tower Control.
It's definitely interesting because we see Undertow Speedway from time to time. But mostly in Rainmaker, on sometimes in zone, but definitely not in tower.
Yeah, Tower Control is it is kind of unique in the way it plays. First of all, the first checkpoint is very much a formality. You'll see both teams go through that first checkpoint without much trouble. And we'll see how these two teams are able to do with the second and third checkpoint, which are where the game is. And wait a second. Frutella are bringing a... That's Mickey with an Elita, a custom Elita. That's an interesting call.
That's definitely an interesting move. Later on Undertow isn't a peak you see a lot. So let's see how it goes, but it can definitely bring some good action, especially with the Kraken. For the moment, Casablanca started as the strong team for the moment, but they're getting -2. The Spartan is still on that tower with the bubbler and making it work. Never mind.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Frutella are able to defend, are able to get in. Very nice moves with the bucket, pushing Casablanca away. Both teams have destroyed the first checkpoint without much trouble, and now Frutella is moving to the second checkpoint, establishing themselves, and Mickey getting the snipes that he needs to get on to there. Still, lots of players down. It's only Mickey with a Kraken. Mickey is going to use the Kraken to move back, regroup with the rest of the team. That's the end of that push. They were not able to break through the second checkpoint.
I mean, breaking through the first is still pretty good, and they touched that second checkpoint, so it's definitely a strong first push. But be careful of not getting reversed so quickly. For the moment, Casablanca are coming back to mid very strongly, taking one kill, but getting one in exchange. Frutella have a bit of a trouble defending that tower, and it's time for Casablanca to push, and they get some really good kills.
Yeah, and here comes Casablanca getting in, trying to get even more there, getting the checkpoint. That is a huge checkpoint to get, as Frutella are taking back some control, activating the strikes and cleaning up left and right to make sure that they get back control. The 27 is a huge lead to take right there, as Frutella is forced now to get another push.
He could have gone way more than 27 points, because that Splatana was ready on the tower with the bubbler, but got stopped by some strikes. But yeah, for the moment, time to come back to work for Frutella. They have a very good opportunity, getting some really good kills. But the specials are ready to defend on the side of Casablanca. They have that bubbler. They almost have... No, never mind. They lost the Booyah that could be so strong. But they are still ready with that pencil. No lead for the moment for Frutella, and Julie is with this. That's so sad.
That looks like a connection issue on the side of Casablanca. We're so far into the game. That is pretty rough. I mean,
That's very rough, but I mean, they
Yeah.
have the ability to defend. They have a great defense.
Yeah.
Krabby is really taking an instant kill on Mickey, but be careful about that 52 gal. That can make some good, big holes onto the defense. But for the moment, they are holding that ground and holding the position pretty strongly.
Yeah, Frutella are trying to push again. They know they only need to get 1 more point in order to get the lead, but Casablanca are defending as much as they can, doing everything they can to push Frutella away, as Frutella is getting 1 splat, 2 splat. That's going to be rough right there.
They definitely have a great shot at taking that lead. I mean, because of the disconnection, the lead is taken. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, Casablanca's defense is still really strong and stopping right after. However, they have 40 seconds to make a huge push. That's not going to be easy, especially with one player completely down.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Oh, here comes a wipeout. I mean, Frutella are getting more and more points with 20 seconds left in the game. And the lead in the hands of the team with 4 players. I mean, I feel like we're going to see game 1 going to Frutella, who are still pushing in, who are still going in even more. That's not how you want to win a game, but hey, it's a game.
It's still a game, but I mean, both teams fought really hard for that one. I mean, Casablanca put up a great show, a great defense, even with one player constantly down.
Yeah, I mean, if all 8 players can stay in the lobby, we would get an incredible set, because these two teams have shown us the back and forth, have shown us the comebacks, and until we saw an incredible, until we saw the disconnect, we had 2 teams just 1 point away from each other, with so many different so many different pushes, so many different actions made by all players.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We need to go to game 2. That's going to be Rainmaker on Manta Maria. Again, a map we don't see a lot. It's cool to see some... I mean, they are far from being maps we don't see at all. But it's still cool to see them. It's not very usual.
Yeah, very unique map to play. Again, very different map. Of these two teams are both choosing maps where they know they can create the surprise, where having a different plan will allow them to do a lot. And that's kind of a theme of the maps that both of these teams have put. You see, after we'd have Splat Zones on Humpback and Clam Blitz on Brianwater. That's unusual map that both of these teams want to play on, and that's what makes great games, because you're forced to play differently.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Manta Maria, Rainmaker, you have to play differently, as you said. It's a very narrow map. I remember back in the day in Splatoon 2, the Stingray was so strong on that one, especially in Rainmaker, because it was so long and so narrow. And you still get that feeling with some specials like Kill Away, like Jet, that can completely block the Rainmaker from going forward. Bubbler is a very good way in enabling a push.
Yeah.
You have some kind of new tools that aren't seen a lot. Let's just see how it goes, but I doubt we will see much different weapons though.
Well,
I mean,
Nick,
still a ballpoint.
Yeah, we're bringing a ballpoint Splatling this time instead of the Editor. Meanwhile, Phoenix is switching away from the heavy-headed Splatling in favor of the Zap. So a bit of changes on the side of Frutella. Casablanca sticking to their guns, and they get the pop right away, as both teams are still trying to win neutral and get forward.
Oh, the Jet is getting completely cancelled here, but that's a nice push by Frutella. They have a nice opportunity getting punished by that S-Blast, making a quick work out of this. I mean, kills can't stop. They can't stop killing each other for the moment.
Yeah, fight. Frutella is grabbing the Rainmaker, is going to that first checkpoint, and they break through it with ease as Casablanca is regrouping, getting in. The Ballpoint is able to land with the Splatling, which means Frutella is able to push even more, get to 47 now with only one player left in the game. They're forced back into mid, but they're already winning their fights into mid, Incree.
It's still going. It's still going for Frutella, coming back really strong. We had an opportunity, but nice, quick defense by the Julies.
Yeah, but that means the Rainmaker is back into a bubble, can be thought to be repopped. It is waiting on that side of the map a bit longer. Casablanca in an awkward spot right now, are forced to re-grab the Rainmaker to move back into mid.
Yeah, need to move back into mid, as you said, and they do exactly that. They took they took 2 great kills for the moment and scored their first point. They're going on the left side. The Ballpoint with that jet again getting cancelled by the S-Blast.
S-Blast, such a powerful weapon that can splat everybody, forced to Bouillabon its feet right there. The Rainmaker is re-grabbed, but the Rainmaker is still not getting the checkpoint, Incree.
Yep. Very nice defense by the Buckets. Making use of those drop-down shots. But for them, the Rainmaker finally passed that checkpoint for Casablanca. But, I mean, Frutella's defense is still very strong. They hold this ground, and they don't need to go any forward. Like, they can just stay here and defend and stay strong.
It's right now all Frutella keeping control and pushing back forward. Phoenix with that Rainmaker is climbing up, facing a crab, forced to move away, wait a little bit. As both teams still facing each other, but can Frutella get through? Right now they have the numbers advantage, they're pushing in, and Casablanca is again defending as much as they can. The Blaster able to get a lot, but can they push Frutella away?
I mean, they definitely can. They had a delayed wipeout, so that's an opportunity to come back to mid pretty safely. The Bucket is the only player in position for the moment for Frutella, but it's already back and pretty quick. Oh, nice bomb by the S-Blast, making a second kill, getting punished by I think it was the Ballpoint. That is the opportunity to take the lead. That's a huge lead.
They managed to squid roll their way through, get the lead in an instant. That's Rainmaker for you, and it's not over. The Rainmaker is repopped. Everybody's shooting at it, waiting for the right time, and the lead is now at 11 for Casablanca. Suddenly, with 1 minute left in the game, it's on Frutella to get a monster push.
Monster push, they're going to need one, that's for sure. And for the moment, they have some trouble. I mean, Casablanca need to be just very solid onto that defense. For the moment, Frutella have a great opportunity, but they need to get a bigger number advantage. That's a great try by Mickey, but a bit too eager to go forward too early, maybe.
It is not over though. All of Frutella is here. Oh, Frutella are losing a few players though, and they're losing 3 players. It's only the Jetpack left alone to try to defend, but it's not going to work. With 10 seconds left, Casablanca is cleaning up around, maintaining their control. They have a Rainmaker and they know, but they're pretty much on a victory lap right now. That's going to be 1-1.
1-1, nice, nice equalizer by Casablanca, making a quick work, and I mean, just amazing push. Like 11 points left is huge on Manta Maria.
It's, I mean, again, Rainmaker, all you need is one push, and that one push that Casablanca got was was perfect, was what they needed, simply running forward the second Frutella wasn't looking, getting the squid roll just to tank the few shots that were put on the Rainmaker. And yeah, getting the victory just like that. We are now 1-1 in this losers final.
1-1. I mean, it is still a best of 5, so no team has a clear advantage for the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a tiebreaker. It's not do or die for game 3. It's going to be zone on Humpback Pump Track. So we're going back to Humpback Pump Track, but this time decided by the teams.
It's yeah, I mean, it's Frutella that chose to go here. Frutella has always loved these maps that are good for the buckets and the bowlers. I can't wait to see how they're able to do on here. Usually we see this map on Rainmaker, as you said, going onto zones. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Very, very interesting. You have to see it. Let's see how it goes. We're going to see a bucket, that's for sure. We're going to see S-Blasts, that's almost for sure. As long as you have a great weapon that can touch below some ledges, below some slopes, you're good to go on this one.
Yeah, there's lots that can be done. But let's get right in the game right away and see how these two teams adapt to the set. It's not match point. We are tied. It is not match point yet.
It is not match point. Let's see how it goes. We do have Julie's Blaster on one side and Julie's Slasher on the other one. So again, two Julies with Crab, two pencils. Very, very similar comps. And it's working for Frutella for the moment with this huge opening and an opening -3.
Huge opening push by Frutella, getting full control of the middle of the map now. Can they use that control to go in? Phoenix getting in there, getting a trade. That's going to slow down the next push by Casablanca as Frutella is holding that zone with a tactical.
Holding the zone with the tactical, but they're losing some players. They are 3 down. The only squid left, never mind, was the Dualies. And it's time to push for Casablanca. They're already having some very aggressive position.
Yeah, it's, I mean, both teams know that you really need to take control of the map, that you really need to go in, get a lot of ground. With 2 players down on Casablanca, Frutella are still trying to find their way in. Very nice defense here by the Julies, able to punish people as Frutella are preparing their push, going in with a lot of pain. They get the zoning, Gray.
Get the zone, but they need to take the lead right now because Casablanca has it, and that's a -3. It's already a great step into taking that lead. The specials are ready. They have a crab, they have some strikes. The crab is completely stopped right now. The strikes are launched, and that's already a -3.
That is a huge Frutella taking the lead still with a lot of control, numbers and specials advantage right there. And again, I believe it's Phoenix trying to get in into the street. Yeah, Phoenix going in there, taking a lot of control and activating an incredibly dangerous crab tank.
That's so dangerous. That's such a disruptive position. I mean, Phoenix is completely into Casablanca's spawn. Completely, like, disabling them from going to mid in time. Like, Casablanca had the opportunity to go back to mid, but just not enough time to do so.
I mean, first 2 games were pretty close. This game was very much Frutella taking control right there and doing whatever they wanted on the zone. Huge push here by Phoenix. The first time didn't work, but once Phoenix was able to take that position, activate the crab tank, that was very much Frutella running away with the zone and with the KO.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge mountain to climb for Casablanca because now they only got the spots. I mean, Frutella have the opportunity to win the set and get their ticket for grand final right away. Casablanca need to fight back, and they're going to need to fight back on a very special map. We're going to again to Clamblitz, Brightwater Springs, even though it's their pick, so they have the upper hand on that map.
It's I mean they chose this map. They have a comp that works well on it. Now Frutella have shown that they're ready to switch up weapons every game, that they can change up what they do. The big question is what do they change to? Do they adapt their comp? Do they try to hold the line, or do they try to push in? Going into Clamblitz on this map, I feel like you'd want the tools to really move forward. So we'll see what these two teams do. Remember, if Frutella wins this, they get straight to grand finals.
I mean, yeah, whatever happens, it's really hard to defend on Brightwater Springs because you're so easily locked onto your spawn. So you want to be the one making the pushes and taking the like really being proactive instead of reacting to what's happening on that map.
Yeah, and here we go. Mickey is bringing back the pencil. For this map, having a pencil gives you so much paint and so much control over mid. Both teams are trying to set their pencil up to really control the map. And now, with a crab tank, it looks like Frutella are going to move forward and get punished completely by the iron defense from Casablanca, who are now activating their own crab tank.
Own crab tank, own specials, and that's already a huge opportunity. Never mind. Defense again working out and taking 2 great kills. Neither team finding the opportunity and the momentum to really go forward.
Yeah, but with 3 players down, this could be the time for Frutella to get in. As long as they could get rid of that S-Blast that's defending, getting one, forcing people away. Casablanca defending well enough. We are back to both teams waiting for a way in.
That's been a minute and 15 seconds of constant aggressiveness from both teams. No really neutral position. And it's still going because Frutella... Oh! That's such a quick wipeout!
It's time to get into the basket. Frutella opens the score and they still have the strikes ready to get more. This is perfect for them. They had so many clams already halfway through the score, halfway to a KO pretty much. They're still getting more thanks to these specials.
Still getting more. The Blaster is the only one ready to take defensive actions, but getting killed for the moment. Makoto holding and getting a -3 before falling down.
That's... I mean... They got wiped out, but that's a wipeout you're happy to take. 29 in a push is a very, very good score to set right there. Now it's on Casablanca to push in, but Casablanca just lost 2 players. And it looks like Frutella are getting more control. They already have a Super Clam ready, but they lose 3 players themselves. Search back and forth on here. And Casablanca are right under that basket. They have clams. Can they get it open? Yes, now it's their turn to score.
The basket is open, but they don't have as much clam, or even though they have as much control as Frutella had, if not even more. They are already inside that spawn, but... Oh, never mind, I thought the push was ended here.
Yeah, the crab tank allowed everybody else to go back to get clams, and it worked. Right now they keep the basket open. They lose 2 players though. They're not gonna get the lead yet, but despite getting such a huge push, wait, a big bubbler could allow them to keep the basket open. 35, basket is still open, but no, it's going to close. It's a wipeout. Frutella gets to breathe. Easy. They still have the lead and it's their turn to get back under the basket. This map is so small!
This map is really small. There's almost no neutral game on that one. And yeah, Frutella was I mean, just a magic defense. They had it in the last seconds to stop the lead from getting taken by Casablanca, and they are pushing back, opening that basket, not making an insane work in keeping that advantage. It's just putting some pressure and telling Casablanca, hey, we're still there fighting.
They're reducing their penalty. Like, they're giving a super climb, but they are reducing their penalty, and that's a good move on their part. Now, with 1 minute left, Casablanca needs a push, and with 2 players down, this could be their time to push. They have the numbers, they have a super climb. Now, can they get on the basket as all of Frutella is in position to defend?
Yeah, they have the super climb, but they need to take control before having the slightest chance of taking the lead. For the moment, they lost 2 players, but they are still in control of that mid, of that position. They are still in good shape for pushing. But be careful because the specials are ready on the side of Frutella. They have the strike. No, never mind. The Flusher died, but the pencil is still dead. It's a -2. And look! Okay, never mind. I thought it was a flank. I thought it was a flank.
It's 10 seconds left in the game. Frutella preparing their push. They have a pity climb, so they will get overtime no matter what happens. Now they need to go in. And I mean, Casablanca needs to go in.
They need to go in. The overtime is there. They have the opportunity to do so.
They're so
The pen
close.
is alone. The pen has a clear path to go for it. Can they take the lead? They need 2 clams. They need it. Yes! That was so close, but Casablanca finally take the lead and get themselves a final chance at getting their tickets to Grand.
A great reminder that it is never over until it's really over. Casablanca getting the comeback, getting the 4th game, getting to play the tiebreaker. Huge play right there. I mean, of course we have to go to a game 5. These 2 teams are very evenly matched and are keeping always more games for us.
Yeah, definitely. We will see, because we're going to, again, a completely different map and mode, because we're going to Tower Control on the Inkblot Art Academy. That's completely different. I don't think we've seen Inkblot on stream yet. I mean, not in our blog, that's for sure. But yeah, it is the tiebreaker map for Tower Control, chosen by the TOs. It's very interesting. I wonder why we don't see it much often.
Honestly, here on Piling Pool, teams have been fighting pretty hard. We haven't seen that many tiebreakers. The one we saw was on Rainmaker, so that's why. But it's still a map mode that is picked a lot. The thing is, because every team, everybody knows the strat on here, every kind of weapon, every kind of different things, you're not gonna get a comp diff on this map mode. So nobody really wants to pick it, because it's very much a map on which every team is going to get the same edge.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, it enables you to really make use of your team play and your skill differences. Like, it's just a map where the better team wins, period.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is there's a reason this map is a classic. Again, there's one thing to really do on this map, is get to the top left, get deep into the opponent platform so that you can break the second checkpoint. And once the second checkpoint is broken, that's where you can get the power, that's where you can get the victory. Now, let's get in the game. Mickey switching to a blaster, a Rapid Pro Deco for this tiebreaker.
Let's see how it goes. I mean, Rapid Blaster Deco is such a... I mean, it's a weapon we see all the time, especially in this recent meta. It's incredible weapon. You can play backline but still move around a lot. Have a disruptive special. It's really good.
Yeah, and I just noticed Frutella is running double opening gambits right now. One on Mickey on the Rapid Pro Deco. That's they want to go in fast. They want to move fast, and right from the start, it's paying off. They are on that tower, moving towards that first checkpoint.
Moving toward the first checkpoint, and the first checkpoint is broken right away. 75 points left. That's not an insane push, and it's already stopped by Casablanca's defense. I mean, they answered pretty quickly for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the first checkpoint is quite often pretty easy to break through, but it gives the other team the time to get back in position, the time to defend the next one. So Frutella just recognized that and didn't try to push much forward, much beyond than the first checkpoint. Now it's on Casablanca to get that checkpoint. They're not able to pull through.
Not able to pull through, but they will have to. For the moment, Casablanca have a good shot because there's a delayed wipeout. It's definitely time for them to push, and I mean, they will need to take that first checkpoint, and I think that with the pressure they're outputting for the moment, they can go further. No, not even.
The strikes are delaying, are allowing all of Frutella to get around the tower, and very, very nice defensive moves by Frutella. Getting the pace, moving back in. They took the risk with this strike to all go around, but it paid off. And they really pushed Casablanca away. Now it's Frutella pushing again, and they don't have a checkpoint, a first checkpoint to break, which means they're gonna go forward much, much faster.
Much faster, and they're already taking some very aggressive position without the bucket trying here on that left, on that right ink rate, but that's already a -3. The last player standing is Mickey, and Mickey fighting at close range. Oh, no! Disconnection!
No!
And that's right. I think it's right at the 2 minutes and 30. No, they stop playing. So we're going to have a rematch, I think.
I mean, someone reset. Yeah. Okay. We're going to reset. We're not gonna let that go by. I mean, we had such a good game going, and Frutella was winning, but Casablanca still had so many opportunities to get through, so many things they could get now. There's more to go. We want a real one, and I hope we get to see it.
We'll have to see a fresh new game. I mean, as you said, it started really good for both teams. They had an opportunity, and nice edge by Frutella. It's sad for Casablanca to have a disconnection, but it would have been even sadder to end on a game that had a disconnection.
Yeah. So, and I see I have an eye on chat right now. Frutella is saying yes, go replay. We want to replay that game. They want to win fair and square. They want to say that they won. I mean, you don't enter a tournament just to get the win. You join the tournament to beat the team actually, not just get the result.
Yep, exactly. I mean, some players are doing this, but it's definitely not the majority of people. So we'll just have to wait for that one player to come back and then launch the game. I don't know if we'll see the same player or if they will have a switch to prevent any kind of problem. But
I think it's the same team. Yeah, I think it's the same team coming.
Yep, it is the same. So Makoto, Earth, Phoenix, Mickey, and Prompking, Uwupen, Oroboy, and now. Yep. Team lineups.
Yeah.
So we should dive in the game right in.
Yeah. Game 6 incoming between these two teams. I mean, we've had back and forth. We've had so much. Let's see how they do with this final tiebreaker. And I mean, same weapons coming. And we'll see if Frutella is able to take the lead again, or if Casablanca can get the comeback.
Let's see how it goes. Still double opening gambit on the 52 and on the Rapid Pro Deco. And we see a strong opening for the moment by Casablanca, sorry, taking the edge right in the beginning. The Blaster is taking a strong kill. That's a -2 on each side, and no team really taking the advantage though.
Yeah, both teams still fighting around. Slusher getting a trade right there onto the pencil. Trade on the pencil is always a good thing. And Casablanca just lost 3 players. Frutella are going to push again. But they have to get rid of the first checkpoint again this time.
Have to get rid of the first checkpoint. That's a nice play by Mickey taking the kill. And so -3 again. They took that first checkpoint and they're going to breathe through the second.
Yeah, huge push right there by Frutella, who are getting the splats, who are getting in. Makoto dancing around. That's 2 checkpoints broken in a row, and Casablanca are back to the wall right now as Frutella is getting to the 3rd and final checkpoint.
So then final checkpoint, 19 points left. I mean, that's how you show that you don't care about the rematch.
Yeah. This is why Frutella wanted the rematch. They are 1 point away from the KO! And but Casablanca is alive! Casablanca is resisting! Casablanca know that they can always get the comeback. And yeah, they are going in back onto the tower, but they are 99 points behind in Korea.
I mean, again, it's a situation of do or die. They have to take that KO and they have like 3 minutes to do it. Let's see how it goes. And I mean, they are back in defensive position. That's not how you want to start a comeback.
I mean, it's pretty rough, and Frutella are moving faster and faster, and again are pushing in Phoenix, getting the jumps in, maintaining their presence on the tower. The Blaster going in, but I mean, Frutella are maintaining the numbers advantage and are still incredibly fast, non-stop action.
Non-stop action, yeah, they're just continuing to go forward. The S-Blast is being killed with a trade on that 52. The Pencil is the last squid alive. Some hopes to hold that tower a bit more, but it's just non-stop aggressiveness from Frutella. Maybe it will stop now, but that Mickey is the last one standing. But I mean, still with a great disruptive position overall.
Yeah, I mean, right now with less than 2 minutes in the game, Frutella know that all they need to do is splat whoever stands on the tower, but they just lost 2 players, and Casablanca can bring the tower back into mid, can at least establish some momentum going. Remembering, Creed, this is tower control, this is the snowball mode. If there's one mode where you can get one big push, it's tower control.
It's tower control, but you need to enable that momentum. You need to fight hard to have it. For the moment, Casablanca are doing a really good job at replicating that push and taking advantage, taking the first checkpoint. Now they need to get the second, but Frutella are already back into defense, getting -3. Ooh. That's a huge opening.
Casablanca are not done. They want to get in, but they're not able to get to that second checkpoint yet. They're forced away, and that's a delayed wipe by Frutella, who are pushing the tower away from their side of the map. Casablanca doing what they can to get back in, but they know they need to get 2 wipeouts in order to get back into this game now.
2 wipeouts and only 30 seconds left. They need to enable that push right away, or they won't be able to do anything. They have the tower for them.
Yeah.
Now they need the aggressiveness.
They need to push in, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're not able to get the Bouillabon. 2 players down, 3 players down. It's a delayed wipeout. That's Frutella with the GG strikes to end the set. What a set and what a way to seal the deal for Frutella.
Seal the deal and getting that rematch against Splatoon 3.
Yeah, Splatoon 3, our final boss of the day is Splatoon 3 itself. We will see that after a break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Piddling Pool. I am Pat here with Inquiry, and we started with 21 teams at the start of this tournament. We now only have 2 left in this grand finals. It's going to be Splatoon 3 on the winner's side versus Frutella on the lower side, who just had an incredible lower final and are coming in incredibly hot to fight Splatoon 3, the game itself.
Yeah, fight the game. That's the thing, and it's a rematch of winner finals. Winner final wasn't close. I mean, if you look at the record, it wasn't close because Splatoon 3 won 3-0.
Yeah.
But if you look at what happened during those matches, it was kind of interesting because we had Frutella taking the lead and having the lead for the entire game.
Yeah.
And then Splatoon 3 saying, well, no, this is ours, and we take the lead in just one push.
Yeah. Alright, get ready for grand finals. We're going to start with Rainmaker. Another map, another comeback potential, as we saw. We saw teams get pretty deep when we saw them play that on the winners finals. So let's see what they can do with Mickey still on the Rapid Pro Deco Blaster.
Already getting punished by I don't know which player, but getting punished by Splatoon 3. That's already a huge opening by both teams. I mean, both teams taking some impressive kills. That's a -3. That's a -3 on the side of Frutella, and it's starting really strong with the first checkpoint, and it's only going forward from now.
I mean, that's Frutella opening incredibly fast and forcing their way in. They get the repop. Can they get much more? They're pushed away by the Crab Tank as Phoenix is with the Rainmaker trying to find a way forward, waiting for the rest of the team. That's to the side, but with the Kraken, that's going to be rough. Oh, very nice dodge through the gate.
Yeah, nice dodge, but the 52 is there, taking the kill, taking the punish onto that Rainmaker and enabling Splatoon 3 to finally come back. But it's still hard on them. Oh, nice kill on Makoto. But yeah, back to neutral position. Both teams need to fight their way in, and especially Splatoon 3.
Yep, we are back to neutral with both teams waiting for their way. Frutella getting the repop, trying to find their way in, but Splatoon 3 still around. Keen activating an interesting Crab Tank there. Is going to use these shots to stop things. The Rainmaker is still not over. Phoenix going in, extending the lead.
Extending the lead to 48 points there. That's already half of the total score done for Frutella. They have a huge opportunity at winning that game, but look at Splatoon 3. They have the opportunity. They have some resources, some specials going with that Booyah Bomb, with that S-Blast already going forward. But now the mates are still in the back. Not helping much.
Yeah.
That was
what happens in a crowd. That's 2 down on to Splatoon 3. Frutella are still getting more and more and more action. They push forward again. Phoenix is going to stand the lead even more. We are now at 20 points, and with 2 players down, we are at 9. Frutella getting a huge points, and they're still getting more and more splats. Now with the repop, they're looking at a KO right there. All they need to do is grab a Rainmaker. They get splatted in the nick of time. It's not over. Splatoon 3 holding, trying to survive right here.
It's trying to survive. It's suffered. Oh, it's a -3.
Oh!
Can they do it? No, it's a wipeout, and now they have to come back very fast if they want to have any chance at pushing again.
Yeah, it's the Rainmaker is getting reset. There is and the bubble is getting popped again. Splatoon 3 has control over the Rainmaker, but can they push? They just lost 2 players. It's so rough for them. Every time they get something going, there's someone from Frutella to really stop them in their tracks.
Well, yeah, they definitely need to break in for the moment. I mean, they have a lot of troubles taking the kills and finding that opening that would enable them to push for the moment. They're just trying to poke, trying to see what's working, what's not. But it's taking them some time. But with 1 minute left, they definitely need to get going.
Yeah, and with a few players down, meant that 3 players down, Frutella will have to defend in this last minute. Splatoon 3 going in, very nice splat by the blaster right there as the Rainmaker is getting to the checkpoint. Pretty close to getting it, and with the splat on the 52 gal, they're going to get that checkpoint. Now they have 30 seconds to get a KO. That is not an easy task, as all of Frutella is in a great defensive position.
Great defensive position, but no special. I mean, Splatoon 3 has a great shot of getting a wipeout, but no, they're getting wiped out themselves. Oh, that's going to be game 1, I think, for Frutella. They have full control of the mid. They can take the Rainmaker and just, go back.
They move to the most awkward spot that they can. Jasmine getting in, not able to get the splat, and that's going to be game 1 for Frutella.
Game 1 for Frutella, taking the first game off of Splatoon 3. That's going to be an interesting match for sure.
Yeah. I mean, on winner's side, Splatoon 3 stayed undefeated by Frutella, but now Frutella comes faster, harder, more effective, more powerful, and able to get the game in a pretty dominating fashion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was 1 point left, so of course it was very dominant. I mean, Splatoon 3 had one shot at pushing, and it was kind of sad that they were close. They were very, very close to get it. But yeah, Frutella had an amazing answer to the push. So yeah, game 1 is going to them, but now we have a game 2 to play.
Yep.
Game 2 is a pick by Frutella, so they kind of have the upper hand on that one, starting it, and it's going to be tower control again on Undertow Speedway.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier today already. Quite a unique map where if you want to push, you really need to establish yourself on the left to get through that second checkpoint, and that decides a lot. Now, Frutella, when they played this earlier against a different team, but that team disconnected, but the game was pretty close. And this is a map where the game can get very close very fast, because tower control allows the team to get a lot of momentum, and you have lots of walls and cover to go through and create something that will surprise your opponent.
Yep, and as you say that, we're going straight into game number 2. Mickey still ready on one side and bringing back that Rapid Blaster deco and not the Litter as previously.
And we're in grand finals. Mickey playing a faster weapon that can splat faster, and yeah, I mean, Rapid Blaster Pro deco very much the kind of weapon you want to have with the team that Frutella is playing, which is going fast and going into fight. But right now the fights are being won by Splatoon 3, who are getting the tower and going to the first checkpoint already.
Yeah, going to the first checkpoint, they take it, but they're getting splatted at a -2. The Kraken is one of the key threats now to stay alive. I mean, they still have a bit of control over mid. Like, that Blaster made a really good work. The 96 made a really good work at staying alive. And so no push opportunity, and it's almost like a reversal for Frutella.
Yeah. I mean, checkpoint was broken. Breaking the checkpoint is a thing you want to do. Now we're back to neutral. Splatoon 3 still trying to push in, but Frutella all around. And more fights incoming. This time it's 2 down onto Splatoon 3. Frutella are going to get to that checkpoint and are going to go through now. Can they get to the second one? Can they really establish themselves? Thanks to these blaster shots, it looks like they're getting a lot of control.
A lot of control, but only 2 players alive for the moment. People are instantly jumping to that tower to be ready and in position to fight and to push. And for the moment, are in really, really bad shape. They're getting pushed over and over again. With very small chance at coming back.
Yeah, that checkpoint being broken means Frutella gets even more wind. But with 2 players down, it looks pretty rough for them. Wait, they're still pushing the tower? How are you pushing the tower? You have less players!
They just do it.
They just do it, yeah, I guess.
And he's still alive and picking some close range fights. Okay, finally dying, finally abandoning it, and that's I think a delayed -3 for Frutella. Splatoon 3 in a good shape, but they need to work very hard if they wanna take the lead now.
Yeah, and Splatoon 3 is getting on that checkpoint. are pushing in. Phoenix is the last alive for Full Metal. That's a wipe out. Splatoon 3 on their way to the final checkpoint and the lead. They are here, and suddenly Frutella are in danger. Yasmina, with the Booyah Bomb in the right spot, able to keep the fight going. And they are there. A huge push. But Splatoon 3 now with 2 minutes left. Frutella is still in defensive position. Wait, the bubbler! Can Splatoon 3 keep pushing, Curry?
They can. I mean, they are pushing somehow. They keep the position. They keep their aggressiveness, and for the moment it's still working. Even though the tower isn't going forward, they are still putting some pressure and denying Frutella from going back to mid. Never mind, that's 1 kill. Oh, that's a -3. That's huge.
And I mean, Splatoon 3 are maintaining the pressure, getting more and more of every action right now. The strikes are deployed by Frutella just to delay the tower. Right now, Frutella, it looks like they're buying time, but you can't simply buy time. They need to push in with 1 minute left. Splatoon 3 is still in offensive positions.
Offensive positions again and again. It's non-stop aggression from Splatoon 3 against Frutella. They have all the position. They have everything to counter them. I mean, they just don't even need to put a tower. They just need to take that pressure. And they are doing just that. The specials are ready. They have the bubbles. They have some Krakens to hold positions. It's going to be really hard because there's 30 seconds left and Frutella aren't even in a good shape to just push back.
Yeah. I mean, Frutella in danger right now, forced to fight to the side. They want to get onto the tower. Oh wait, it's 2 players down onto Splatoon 3. This is time for Frutella to get in. But there's a Booyah Bomb to the side. They need to find that S-Blast and splat Yasmina before they can get the Booyah Bomb onto the tower. Here comes the Booyahs. Here comes the Booyahs on the tower to end the overtime, and that's going to be game for Splatoon 3, tying up the score.
Tying up the score and going back into position to win that set. I mean, we're not there yet because it's BO5, but it's definitely a first step towards that win.
Yeah, for sure. It's what you need. And remember, Splatoon 3, they are coming from the winner's side of this bracket, which means all they need to do is win a set. Frutella, they would need to get the 3 points and then get 3 victories again, a bit harsher for them. And Splatoon 3 have shown that they can get these big pushes, that they can really get their control.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how it goes, but I mean, displaying that kind of control is going to be huge because we're going to a map where if you take control, it's very hard to make you lose that control. We're going to Splat Zone ship shape. Very narrow map, very special because you don't have a lot of ways to go into mid. And the mid is really well protected naturally by the layout of the map.
Yeah, and especially it's a wide open map where in order to push, you have to cover so much distance on open ground. You really need to be able to displace your opponent for a long while if you want to get in. Now, let's see. It looks like Frutella are not changing their comp. Neither is Splatoon 3. It just worked, so might as well go back with it.
Yeah, just go back with what worked previously and... yeah, just go for a repeat. Splatoon 3 need to take that game, but so does Frutella if they want to have a shot at bracket reset. For the moment, classic neutral position, no team really taking the advantage. Not that much aggressiveness on each side. Never mind, Frutella starts with everything, but for the moment it's still, I mean, it's still a match.
Yep. We still have a fight into mid, but it looks like Frutella are getting more splats, are getting more control. Anthony with that Kraken is disrupting things, but that disruption is not enough. Frutella is getting more and more and more as all of Splatoon 3 is forced away from the zone.
Forced away from the zone, and we're already at 50 points left. For Frutella, they have such a huge shot at winning that game instantly. I mean, I don't want to curse anyone, but they have the tools they need to defend. Never mind, -2.
Yeah.
They still have some strikes. They won't let that zone down soon.
Oh, the Booyah under the bridge to allow Splatoon 3 to get the control. That is a great move by them. They're gonna breathe a little bit after this huge penalty is applied, but they still have to fight a little bit because, I mean, they still have all of Frutella all around the zone ready to fight.
Ready to fight and taking back that zone. The penalty is huge, but going down. So yeah, they can make a quick work out of it. Never mind, Splatoon 3 with some good splats. It's still very disputed, and no team really taking the advantage. Splatoon 3 has some great positions for the moment. It's already over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Frutella are coming in, back in, and defending some more. Now they lost 2 players applying that penalty, and they're forced to be back into a defensive stance with 1 player behind that's forced to jump out. Splatoon 3, we're gonna see them establishing that lock. Can they hold the zone for as long as Frutella did? No, it doesn't look like it. Frutella is already back on the attack, pushing in, repainting the zone and reapplying penalty.
Reapplying penalty, I mean, Frutella just had 1 massive push, and for the moment just denying Splatoon 3 for going so far. Like, it's just a matter of defending and making sure the opponent doesn't match what you did previously.
Yeah, and with 2 players down, it looks like Frutella are even more aggro. They're trying to get in the spawn. Makoto dancing around, very nice play right there. No more penalty onto Frutella, and they're still pushing. They still want more and more and more. Keen to the side with that decavitator is forced away, and that's going to be game number 3 in favor of Frutella, who are now 1 game away from resetting the bracket.
That was a total domination, let's be honest. I mean, Frutella had a complete lead and complete control over what was happening. Bringing the momentum right in the beginning and not letting go of it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a very, very strong Frutella right there. We taking control of that map. Splatoon 3 were able to get onto the zone, but they were not to get the kind of holds that Frutella were having. Frutella really, when they were in control, nobody from Splatoon 3 could get in. Nobody from Splatoon 3 could get anywhere near the zone, let alone in a dangerous position. Great control right there by Frutella, but it's not over, and we are going to a map mode that we saw these 2 teams play earlier, and it was an interesting one. This is the kind of map that Splatoon 3 wants if they want to get a comeback.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Clamblitz Makomar is such an interesting map. As you said, we've seen it earlier, Countless time, and we've seen it earlier with those 2 teams. It's very interesting, very aggressive. You have a lot of plays possible, a lot of positions, and it's Clamblitz, so it can be reversed very quickly.
Yeah, everything can happen very quickly, especially on a short map like Macomart, where you get a splat and then you that's it. You're under the opponent basket after getting a single splat onto your opponent. That's all you need to move in, to move forward. We saw that Splatoon 3 were playing the patient game, whereas Frutella were very much playing around, moving in, getting in again and again and again. We'll see if Frutella changes their game plan to match what Splatoon 3 is doing. right now, they are not changing their weapons much, except they're bringing an S-Blast instead of the Rapid.
Yep, changing a bit of weapon for the moment. It's going to be it may make a huge difference. Because if you have S-Blast, you have so much more aggressiveness compared to Rapid, but Rapid enables more control overall, I'd say. But for the moment, I mean, Fruta are just going in and taking the splats where they need them to take.
Yeah, and here comes Frutella. They are under that basket. They don't have the clams to open it yet, but they very much have the position. They maintain that position, but they lose 2 players by being a bit too much forward. Moving back, saving that clam for later, as all of Splatoon 3 are getting back onto mid, preparing their push of their own.
Preparing that push. Let's see how it goes. For the moment, no team have pushed. It's been 1 minute. Oh, losing the Booyah Bomb on the side of Frutella is going to be maybe an opportunity. They have a jump. They don't have a clam.
There's a lot happening left. Oh, what is happening? What is happening?
And that's a full disconnection, Lobby. Okay.
Well, that's a replay. That's a replay.
Wow.
Okay.
That wasn't expected, but yeah. I mean, both teams started really strong, and it was really tense between those two. So we will have a nice rematch.
Yeah, we had very much 2 teams answering each other blow for blow. Neither team really able to take enough control to open that basket. When a team had control, they didn't have the clam. When a team had the clam, they didn't have control. And because of that, we stayed back and forth. These are the close games that make the most intense thing. So we get to see more of it. Okay, we get to see more of these cool games.
Yeah, just waiting for the moment for the players to come back. Taking that time to remind you that this weekend we will be hosting with IPL a charity tournament, Gamers for Giving. Huge tournament, huge major, within 2 days, 2 huge stream. The link to register is in the chat right now. Again, it is a charity event, so we will have a fundraiser going for an association.
Yeah, we are going to raise money for children in hospitals all around the world. So really share the tournament link. If you can play, come play. If you can't play, come watch. Tell your friends to come watch. It's going to be a huge streams with 2 of the biggest orgs in the scene, showing you the best of Splatoon. So yeah, stay tuned for that. It's going to be such an awesome tournament.
I want a Gamers for Giving watch party at full wipe.
I think at full wipe we'll pay attention to it. Don't worry. I'll have the stream open on my phone.
Both teams are in the room. We will launch the game very soon. It shouldn't be long because I mean I don't think teams will change weapons.
And I don't think you're allowed to.
I do think you are. I've checked recently, and you are.
Okay. Well, they're not changing weapons. They instantly all pressed A. They want back in this game. They want to fight it out. Let us see what they do. Going in there, so yeah.
Let's see how it goes. We have Splatoon 3 in yellow, Frutella in purple. Will we just have a repeat of the game with just a very tense start, very tense first minute? For the moment, Frutella are starting off really strong on that right side. Be careful not getting caught. It's a -2 already with a trade.
Oh, that's the wipeout!
quick wipeout by Splatoon 3.
Yeah, huge opening right there by Splatoon 3, opening much stronger than they did earlier, and with a Kraken under the basket. They're not getting that many points off of it, but they're maintaining a lot of presence onto the map. As I say that, they lose 3 players, and Frutella are getting back onto the map. That's a small push, but that's still a push.
Still a push, and it's an important push, to be fair. 71 points. It's a great opening for the first minute. It's not huge, and Frutella will definitely be able, I think, to overcome it. But they need to take the kills. For the moment, they don't have a clear path. Never mind, Phoenix finds that path.
They do find the path in, but they are still fighting to stay onto the map. They're gonna tie the score. But that's all they're going to do in Korea. And now our Splatoon 3 is back in defensive position. That's going to be 71 to 72 because you can't have a tie in this game.
You can't have a tie, and so it plays in favor of Splatoon 3 because they got that first push going. 3 minutes left. I doubt this will be the only pushes we see. Oh, nice answer by that blaster, but it's 1 apiece. -2 now for Splatoon 3. -3. What a play by the blaster.
Yeah, but they're forced back. The rest of their team was not able to follow through on the push right there. We have both teams still fighting for mid, fighting for a bit of control as Anthony is forced back, saving that Super Clam for later.
Yeah, saving that Super Clam for the moment. They need to work a lot. Oh, they have a flank. They have a flank, and that's a position by Makoto offering a way to push for Frutella, but they don't take that opportunity for now. Yes, they have some clams though. They have them clams.
Oh!
Yep. The clam is going in, and that's only taken, but that's instantly a delayed wipeout.
Yeah.
So Splatoon 3 are in position to fight back, and they have 2 power clams.
That is not the lead you want to take, because right there Splatoon 3 has the answer. That's 1 clam in, that's 2 super clams in, and that's more small clams to follow through. 30, that's a big push by Splatoon 3 right there. And with 2 players down, Splatoon 3 can still keep the basket open. They just need 4 more clams and they would get the KO. Splatoon 3 on their way to get it. Just 1 more clam. Keen is going to seal the deal. We are going to a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker, game 5 into that grand final. That's all we want to see. Let's see if we go to a bracket reset. That's going to be the great, the big question of that game, and it will all be decided again on our beloved Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, Rainmaker on Humpback, the map of all the comebacks, the map of all the don't blink, any kind of weird thing could happen. I feel like, Frutella had Humpback on their map list for other modes, so I feel like they might be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, definitely. We will see how it goes. It's a very good map for both teams. I mean, both teams have a comps that work well on this one. So it's just a matter of time until we have the answer. It was a very disputed map in every time we've seen it. So yeah, let's just see.
Yeah, we will see in this final game of what may be the first set. If Splatoon 3 wins this, we have another set to watch. If Frutella wins, if Splatoon 3 wins this, the tournament's over. They win. If Frutella wins this, we have another set to watch. Going on to this is going to be a lot. Do not blink, pay attention, and let's see who is able to get the better of Humpback. We could see a bit of a comp change, honestly, for this map specifically, because this is such a good map for Slosher and Rollers. We have a Slosher on the side of Frutella. Can Splatoon 3 bring a good ledge weapon of their own to add to the blaster?
I mean, good support weapon is definitely very, very important. You want turf on that map, even though you have a lot of ledges, you have a lot of slopes. It's because you have those slopes that you need some turf to move around a lot. That map is all about moving and overloading your opponent's defense.
Yeah, and here we go. And yeah, not much of a change in terms of the composition. It's going to be decided by the players. Easy pop for Frutella right there, who are trying to get their control around the Rainmaker.
Yeah, for the moment, it's Frutella taking a small advantage in the positions. They lose some plays, but they take some kills at the same time. Very disputed, but they take that first hold of the Rainmaker, but the Kraken is out defending, taking that first kill thanks to Anthony. And back to neutral position, even though Splatoon is not in a good shape at all.
Yeah, and right now Frutella are maintaining the pressure, maintaining the way in. Phoenix is going to dunk that Rainmaker on the checkpoint, but here comes the answer by Splatoon 3. They activate the Booyah Bomb and they try, but no, the repop is for Frutella. Frutella with 2 splats are able to go in 3. Whoa, they're not stopping in Korea.
Not stopping for the moment. Okay, Anthony finally taking that kill onto the Rainmaker, but I mean, it's still going. Never mind, -2 on Frutella. Finally, time to breathe for Splatoon 3, and it's only 1 minute and a half.
Yeah, it's only the start of this game, and look at that, Splatoon 3 are right by the checkpoint, getting it right away. Very nice checkpoint right there. That's not the lead, but that still means the next push by Splatoon 3 will be much faster, much more efficient. And right now, Splatoon 3 are fighting for that repop and getting it with the Kraken to disrupt everything on the side of Frutella. Splatoon 3 are in a great position to move forward.
Great position to move forward. Maybe take the lead. No, they fall short of 3 points.
Oh, that was so close. But Frutella is back on the attack right there. And because of that wipeout, Frutella has the special advantage while they are pushing.
Yeah, definitely. They have the advantage for the moment. Frutella are in a very great shape. Nice shot by that pencil, stopping the Rainmaker right now. Splatoon 3 with that Decavitator in position to disrupt that mid. Yasmin is trying to respawn on the right with a quick move to mid. This may be an opening. This may be a quick opening.
Oh yeah, this is good. This is a good time to push for Splatoon 3. They have 2 players advantage, but they get splatted right as they get in the street. No lead yet. Every time Splatoon 3 has had a few players advantage, there was someone from Frutella to really stop the Rainmaker in its track. And now we're back to the drawing board, back to neutral for mid to decide who is going to get the repop.
I do think the repop is going to be blue. Yep, it is in the color of Frutella. They have a nice opportunity to push, but Anthony, again, with that Kraken, so disruptive, not running for the Rainmaker. Felix is still alive, still fighting for the moment. They have 1 minute and 20 seconds to hold and to deny Splatoon 3 from pushing.
We see Frutella still struggling to go in, but wait! I mean, they were waiting a bit too much, and Kane was able to get the flank right there. The Decavitator can absolutely shred you if you don't see them coming.
Yep, and now with 1 minute, it's do or die for Splatoon 3 if they wanna take that win here and now. Frutella in the verge of taking that bracket reset. They are so strong at the moment for the game. They had a strong lead, they have strong position, and they don't lose that much players.
Yeah. Yeah, Frutella able to stay in control, able to get the repop as well. Anthony activating another Kraken to get a Splat, but can Splatoon 3 get that control, get that Rainmaker with 15 seconds left? They need to put themselves there, but they're losing players. Frutella grabbing the Rainmaker, knowing that all they need to do now is hold for that bracket reset, and it looks like we're going to get it. Phoenix and Makoto are to the side, simply holding it, and that's going to be game number 5 in favor of Frutella Inquiry. We are blessed with more games.
Blessed with more Splatoon. Let's see how it goes. And for the moment, I mean, Frutella is such in a good momentum. They got that bracket reset, which is so important. If you want to have a good momentum, if you want to have a good shot at winning the tournament. Splatoon 3, however, it's the total opposite. They had that win, and they fell short of 3 points, like 3 little points.
One squid roll, like that's one squid roll of difference between these two teams. That's all that was needed. That is so close for sure. We're having a wonderful paddling pool today, and I can't wait to watch 5 more games. I mean, these two teams have been so evenly matched. I expect them to show us even more great games.
More great games. Let's see how it goes. And we're starting onto Hagglefish Market.
Yep.
Tower Control. We started... I mean, those two teams started facing with that map, if I remember correctly, in Winter Finals. That's just a run back.
That is indeed a run back, and that was, if I remember correctly, a map that Splatoon 3 won incredibly strongly. Like they just ran forward, got the splats, got the better pushes, and really had the better control over the map. So it's on Frutella. Have they learned from their mistakes? Have they gotten better, and are they adapting to what Splatoon 3 is doing?
Yep. Just to remind, Hagglefish Market Tower Control is a pick by Splatoon 3. So they're starting with the edge, technically speaking. Even though we know that Frutella is definitely capable of winning that game. They have a good opportunity, they have a good shot at everything that's coming before them. The game is starting, and it's game 1 of the bracket reset, game 6 of the overall grand final.
Yes, a lot has been going, but we are now in the final set of this tournament, and these teams are bringing the same weapon they've been using so far. What will happen now is all up to these 8 players, and let's see who is able to take control over the tower first.
Let's see how it goes. For the moment, it's still in neutral position. Frutella, a bit more aggressiveness, a bit in control. They have a flank going. I mean, they had maybe a bit of a flank going in. They take the tower first, and they're going full send.
Full send by Frutella, who are going in, who are pushing their way forward and are forcing their way already to the first checkpoint. But here comes the Kraken. That Kraken has been so important for Splatoon 3. Every time the checkpoint will not be broken by Frutella because of the Kraken.
Yeah, all because of the Kraken. I mean, it's still very, very, very strong special to deny people from taking a specific point in the map. For the moment, Frutella still have the lead, still have the position. They need to keep the control over the game, over the map, over what's happening. Splatoon need to build up those specials if they wanna get in.
Yeah, both teams trying to deny each other, but ooh, that's 2 down, and a camp onto the super jump right here to allow Frutella to get more momentum. They are back to that checkpoint already. But there's another Kraken, which means the checkpoint is not going to be broken yet.
Not going to be broken yet. 72 points left. Splatoon 3 still in not a great shape. They get killed. Yasmina is going down. The 96 is a bit alone here on that left side. Still full control. I mean, Frutilla looking very, very strong. Not making huge pushes, but overall being just constant.
Yeah, holding their presence, and it finally pays off. No Kraken in sight means they get the checkpoint. And now they push even more forward. Great dart! And follow through with the blaster by Mickey right there. Phoenix still on the tower, dancing to get the second checkpoint. They get past it. And Frutilla are in a huge spot right there, getting to the third and final checkpoint. With 2 players down onto Splatoon 3, they keep the momentum and they get game number 1.
Game number 1 with an amazingly strong push. They struggled a bit to really get it going, but once they got past the first checkpoint, it was game on, and they just breezed through the defense.
Yeah, great moves by Frutilla. Once they had that momentum, once they had figured out the way in, they really went in and did not stop. That's the power of momentum. That's the power of tower control. The tower control is done now. Let's see the next game. It's going to be Clam Blitz on Macomart again.
Yeah, Clam Blitz Macomart. I mean, you just can't let go of it. It's a classic map.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, that's pretty good news for Splatoon 3. They've been playing incredibly well on this map. They've been able to get the comebacks on this map after getting kinda outpaced in game number 1. That's a great map pick in order to get their head back in the game.
Yeah, definitely. We will see how it goes for both teams. But yeah, I mean, of course, we've seen one of the teams being dominant in the first grand final. Clam Blitz went to Splatoon 3. So maybe we'll see again the teams alternating win and loses. If it stays like this, I mean, Frutilla will get the second win and will get the tournament. Splatoon 3 need to work because now they're down and they don't have any more spare sets to spend.
I mean, we're near the end of this tournament. Can Splatoon 3 get the comeback on that map that has been good for them? Or will Frutilla try to extend their lead, get more and more? And Mickey is bringing a carbon. That's a complete change of comp from a midline that does chip to a Slayer that's going to be under every ledge.
Yeah, definitely. Carbon is so annoying when it's under the ledge. Very hard to get rid of, but it needs to get under the ledge. And for the moment, Frutilla don't have that much trouble going forward. That's already the first clam in.
Oh, they're opening already and maintaining their numbers advantage, keeping the basket open as well. Huge plays. And we're past the 50-point marks already. What an opening push by Frutilla. We're not even done with the first minute of the game, Inquiry.
Yep, we're not even there for the moment, as you said, but 44 points left is a huge push by Frutilla, opening the game, and Makoto still there defending.
Huge plays right there, but it's not over. Splatoon 3 were able to get back in the game, get some paint onto the ground right there and forcing Frutilla to defend. Now can Splatoon 3 really establish themselves? However, Kraken, and now it's 2 down on Frutilla. That's possibly a way in for Splatoon 3.
I think you just cursed them because Makoto is on that right side. opening the basket and taking some huge position, enabling the rest of their teammates to go forward. Mickey getting some little clams in. We're already 31 points left, 25, and with 3 whole minutes left.
Yeah. Right now Frutella are doing so much. They just extended their lead, and Splatoon 3 are struggling to set themselves up. Mickey punishing the clam carrier, punishing 2, and getting more and more, finally stopped by Yasmin. But as Splatoon 3 are struggling to push forward, are struggling to keep their clams and their map control. Oh, a huge double right there by the pencil. Can Splatoon 3 turn that into points? Nope.
It's very hard because look at Mickey already there, being very disruptive and taking some amazing kill. Forced to jump off on the side of that pencil, and again for the
But they missed the basket. They
Oh,
missed
they
the
missed
basket.
clam. No, they had one.
They opened the basket finally, but they lost a lot of time right there. I don't think they'll extend their lead. It looks like, oh wait, Makoto is going in. Makoto is maintaining a lot of presence. And with Mickey, that's a lot of action. Lead was not extended, but Frutella maintained so much pressure, and with 2 minutes left, Splatoon 3, they have less and less time to get a push.
Less and less time, less and less options. Frutella are getting the hang of what's happening into the game, and they're really understanding how to counter Splatoon 3. They're not getting surprised anymore. Frutella just countering every approach from Splatoon 3. That's insane.
They are so fast, and they have both their frontliners in. The frontliners are punished, but the barrier is broken again. 4 clams is all Frutella mids, and they are getting there, but they don't have the clams to seal the deal. They have to wait for the basket to close. They have to move back. Wipeout is happening. Frutella, all they need is clams right now.
They just need some little clams. They have the 4 clam in that basket, and it's just 2 clams. Makoto, Mickey have them. I thought Makoto had.
Mickey, what you doing? Okay, now that's what I call a show off.
That's definitely a show off by Mickey, and that's game 2 going to going to Frutella. They are in an insane. They're looking insanely good right now. An insane position to take the whole event.
Frutella, after getting losing winners bracket and having to play to a game 5 in the first part of grand finals, now they're up 2-0 and they look unstoppable. Right now, Splatoon 3 doesn't look like they have an answer to what Frutella is cooking, with Mickey even making an extra super clam for no reason. So, just because, and that's a 2-0 for Frutella. Splatoon 3, who were on winner's side, and now 1 game away from defeat.
1 game away from defeat, even though they came from winner's brackets. Frutella has a chance at closing it all in Splat Zone Shipshape Cargo Company. We've seen it. We've seen that exact map mode just a few games before, with the exact same teams. And it was if I remember correctly, yes, it was a complete dominance by Frutella. They were just so good on that map.
Yeah, Frutella adapted to what Splatoon 3 was doing, changed their game in order to beat them on their pick. Now it's on Splatoon 3 to do the same. It's on Splatoon 3 to really understand why Frutella won and switch up their style, adapt a little bit, maybe change a weapon, but not necessarily. I think it's about changing their pace, changing their coordination in order to get in. Splatoon 3 needs to be able to push onto Frutella the way Frutella is able to push on them on this map.
Yeah, definitely, because Shipshape is such a strange map in its layout. the mid and the zone are completely blocked by the side tops. I mean, if the bridge was complete, I don't think it would make that huge of a difference. So it's definitely a weird map, and I mean Fruitella definitely have an advantage on maps that have a lot of ledges and where it's very narrow overall.
Yeah, well, let's go. It's time for game 3. And what? Fruitella, Mickey is bringing us the Jet Scratch.
I mean, Vacuum can take the zone and take some huge kill.
And more darts. Mickey has made these darts work.
I mean, it's starting really strong. They are starting so strong with the -2. Anthony's alone. What? I mean, is Mickey flanking? Mickey was flanking.
I mean, Mickey is everywhere, but right now Keen was able to take the zone for Splatoon 3. It's on Fruitella to find a push. Now Fruitella have a few specials at the ready. Will they use them? Here comes the Kraken. Kraken is a good counter to Vacuum. And that Kraken is going in, forcing a lot for Splatoon 3. Splatoon 3 have adapted, and right now they're holding that zone.
Holding that zone. The Vacuum is out, but the specials are at 2 for Splatoon 3. That bubble, the Booyah Bomb. The strikes are for Fruitella, but the zone is still holding. It's turning purple, yep, and that's a huge battle. Oh, Phoenix taking the instant kill on Keen and almost splatting the Pantel. That's a huge move by Fruitella because they have a very good positioning right now, and it's going to be hard for Splatoon 3 to come back. Kraken is out. Will it be able to make any significant move? I don't think so.
And the Kraken right now is in danger, not able to jump away. That's going to be probably the lead unless Kin is forced out of the zone. The lead is for Fruitella, and Fruitella right now are looking to take the victory. Can Splatoon 3 get another push? There to the side, Jasmine getting one splat with the blaster, but there's 2 down on Fruitella. Splatoon 3 not down. Almost able to get to the zone. Kin trying to paint, but Kin is alone. It's alone.
And
they
with
didn't
the
get the
strike,
zone.
It's going to be a quick 3-0 reverse by Fruitella, coming back from losers, taking the bracket reset 3-2, and just breathing through the bracket reset. What a performance!
I'm so impressed by these top teams because if there's only 2 players alive on my team and the other team has 4 players alive, I personally usually jump out. I personally run away, but Fruitella, they don't care. They keep pushing. They keep holding the zone. They don't care. They are fearless, and they know how to make it work, even at a numbers disadvantage. They can make it work, and that's how you recognize such a great team. Incredible tournament by Fruitella. Splatoon 3 did everything they could, but in the end, Fruitella were on top.
I mean, taking a win is all about committing, and that was a show of commitment. As you said, Fruitella weren't afraid at all of staying there and pushing their maximum. They were committed to staying in position, keeping that zone, and keeping the push going off, because they knew in the end, if they managed to pull that off, it was the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much like it's so close, but in the end, each of these games, Fruitella was getting the upper hand, was getting the edge, and was forcing Splatoon 3 from getting something else, from trying something more. It didn't work, and Fruitella are your champions. So that's going to be that's going to be Paddling Pool for you. Thank you so much for watching. Remember that this weekend we will have the Gamers for Giving with Gamer Outreach and IPL, a wonderful major that you are all invited to. And before we go, Inquiry, can you plug yourself? Where can I find you?
Honestly, just written on your screen, you can just type Inquiry22. You'll find me everywhere you name it. I mean, Blue Sky, Twitter, Twitch, whatever you can think of, you'll find me by typing Inquiry22. What about you, Tom? I mean, we see your Blue Sky, but what else?
Yeah, so you can see my Blue Sky on stream right there. If you're in France and near Lyon this weekend, there's a Splatoon LAN called Full Wipe, and I will be there. I'm looking forward to meeting so many people, friends from the French community and people I don't know yet. So yeah, come say hi if you're near Lyon this weekend.
I'll definitely say hi. Time to close in. Thank you again all for watching. Thank you, Pat, for being on the mic, and huge thanks to Joe Ryan and the TOs for the organization.
What you've seen apparently, we're not flipping the zone. Come on, guys, we're not flipping the zone. Formation a bit more control. Hydra just bowling and hello.
We're just gonna give more players power clams. That's exactly what's happening. So